an amendment to remove letter F, 0226-21, as we have done with 0229-21. That would become, that would change the lettering according to the agenda here. That's my motion for amendment number 2 to remove 0226-21. Thank you.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith for amendment number 2, which is hold on, which is to remove legislation 226-21. Motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Shinanta Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So that we do have a motion and a second. So with that, Shinanta, Chairman is.
Thank you. Just for your information, on November 10, we had a Resource and Development Committee meeting, and under new business, we had legislation 0226-21, and there was a motion by Honorable Freeland, seconded by Honorable Walker. That legislation passed with a vote of 5-0-1. There was one amendment as well. Just for your information, it did come before the Resources and Development Committee on November 10. Thank you.
Chairman Nez for the information. Peggy?
I'll go check on the status of the committee report, and if you want to leave it on, maybe it'll be ready by the time we get to it.
Peggy for that. Back to Vice Chair Smith after hearing from Chairman Nez. Vice Chair Smith?
Back on. Yes.
Okay.
Sure. I heard the information from Chairman Nez. Appreciate that. However, the DIBS is not updated, so I'll go ahead and remove my amendment. If it's still like that, then I guess we can change the order on this. So I'll remove my amendment, since Chair Nez is the chair of the RDC, and they did meet on this. So I'll go ahead and remove my amendment 2.
Vice Chair Smith withdraws his amendment. Motion to amend for amendment number 2. Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Support it, Honorable Vice Chairman. Yeah. Thank you.
Shinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair withdraws his second. So we're back on the main motion. Peggy?
I checked with the staff, and they're making sure that the committee report and vote tally sheet have been signed, and they'll work on it, and maybe by the time we get to it, we'll see what the status is.
Yes, we can suspend the floor rules at that time if it's not ready. With that, back to the main motion. Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments? We do have a amendment number 1 before us that we passed on the main motion. Peggy, if you would do second reading on the agenda for us, please.
Chairman Henya, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Shinanta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, we were at our last Budget and Finance meeting, our Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara, had reported to the committee that there would be the Navajo fiscal recovery legislation would be ready by Tuesday. Do we have an update, Chair? Are you in any communication in terms of how these legislations are going to move through the council? Budget and Finance did direct action on what we consider the hardship. Is there any information, or is there a report that we're going to be provided today based on our agenda? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Shananta, if you wish to do, we could add that as a report under item C, report from Office of Legislative Counsel regarding legislations that are within the office there regarding ARPA, and she could give us an update as part of the report if you wish to make that motion, Shananta.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Colleagues, if I could make that motion, if we could just receive an update and give us time to ask questions so that we could provide that information to our constituents and also have a clear idea of how, and in light of, the infrastructure bills being passed and signed into federal law through yesterday's action. Thank you, Chair.
Nakashin Shananta. A motion by Shananta Delegate Amber Kinaspa-Akari to add amendment number 2, add report under 5 as C, update from the Office of Legislative Counsel regarding legislations and the ARPA Fund Management Plan. With that, is there a second?
I'll second. This is Delegate Brown.
Okay, Shananta. Delegate Brown second. So we do have a motion and second for amendment number 2 to add a report under item C. Is there any questions, comments? Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee members, if I may, I'd like to add request to modify the motion to add an action item under new business, Budget and Finance Committee special meeting regarding legislation that is currently in the 5-day comment period, which is legislation 238-21. If we could have a special meeting to hear that legislation. It's regarding the ARPA investment, the money that we currently have in the bank, and moving that to a money manager to where we be getting a better return where it'll be invested. So if I could ask to modify your motion, Shananta, Delegate Connie, to add special meeting request under new business. No, Shananta, Delegate Amber Kinaswa-Karate.
She's probably on mute.
Oh, Chairman, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm sorry, I had to call back in. So I lost the call when you mentioned you wanted to modify your amendment. Chair, can you just please repeat that? Thank you.
Okay, Shananta, I was just asking if you could modify your amendment number 2 to add an action item to the new business, requesting for a special meeting, possibly later on this week, or the first part of next week. We'll discuss that. If we could just make that an action item, Shananta.
Thank you. Yes, I do move to modify the motion. Thank you.
Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Abiga, I agree.
Thank you for that. And with that, Budget and Finance Committee, Shananta, do we have any further questions, comments on amendment number 2? Amendment number 2, with motion and second, is to add a report item C to number 5, and then also a action item under 7, new business, requesting for a special Budget and Finance Committee meeting. With that, if there are no further questions or comments, Ramona, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for amendment number 2. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
3.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kashina, thank you for that roll call vote. Amendment number 2 sees a due pass, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With this, back on the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion?
Chair Henia, for Amendment 1, what was the vote? I was interrupted by other text messages and emails.
It'd be as 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting.
Thank you.
With this, back on the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion? Peggy, if you would do a second reading on the proposed agenda for us
Okay,
before we
Chair.
go to roll call vote.
And members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Amendment 1 was to add a work session with Intech and the Budget and Finance to the agenda as item G, replacing, and then also deleting legislation number 0229-21 with that amendment, with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The second amendment was to receive a report from the Office of Legislative Counsel regarding the status of ARPA legislations, including the fund management plan, and also adding an action item to schedule a special meeting to consider legislation number 0238-21. So that's Amendment 2.
Kashina Kehana for that second reading. Ramona, if you would lead us in that roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman. Roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green. Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Chair Henia, this is
We do have a vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We have the agenda before us. Peggy?
just an update to the committee, the legislation number 026. The committee reports are being emailed out as we speak, so it's ready.
Kashina, thank you for that update. Okay, let's move forward to next item on our agenda is 4, review and adopt the journal. There's none. Item 5, receive reports. A, update on CARES Fund Hardship Assistance Phase 2, presented by Ms. Elizabeth Begay, our interim controller, Office of the Controller. And so with that, before we begin our reports, Vice Chair Smith, if I lose the call or somehow not respond after my Moderna shot, the booster shot, please, if you could take the gavel. I'm going to run down to St. Michael's right now, but I'll still be on the call here. But Mr. Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair of Budget and Finance Committee. Good morning. I'm here to do an update on Hardship 2. Assistance Program. As discussed last Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we submitted to accounts payable for check run. The hardship to applicants, adults, 9,486 at 1,500 each, for a total of 14,229,000. We also submitted for minors 4,207 to receive 500 each, for a total of $2,108,500. Those are from the hardship to applicants. Then there's another 11,209 hardship to applicants that we have uncovered issues, meaning the applicants did not have matching record in the vital records file that was presented to us from the Baker Tilly portal, our former consultant that developed or updated the vital records information. And we found that those 11,209 applicants did not match the CIB that they put on their application, as well as their first name and their date of birth. So we are working with the department director for vital records to resolve this issue. We know for a fact that the hardship to applicants, the 11,209 submitted the hard copy CIB certificate. So we're trying to resolve this issue with the vital records, why their census number does not match. Hopefully we can resolve this soon. We were given access to the actual database being maintained by vital records instead of the one that we relied on, the data port that was updated by our former consultant. So we will have to work with two databases to resolve this issue. So that's once that's resolved, then we will be able to do the check run. And again, the adults, we estimated there are like close to 8,000 adults that will receive 1,500 each. And for minor, around 3,000 that will receive 500 each. And we estimated that will take 13 million. And then there's another 3,000 applicants that did not submit CIB at all. So we're working on that as well. And if that is resolved, then that will take another 3,750,000 out of the available balance. So overall, we're still estimating savings of at the last count, it's 4 million. And we will have a final figure of the savings from hardship 2 to be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of November or first week of December, during your first meeting for the month of December. So we can plan how to expend the remaining unspent from the CARES Fund before we close the fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, thank you for that report. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, our interim controller. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Commissioner Da, motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second to accept the report?
Vice Chair will second.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion second to accept the report. Any questions or comments regarding the report?
I have a question. Delegate Begay.
Delegate LMP Begay, you have the floor. Delegate LMP Begay.
I can't consider Delegate Henio, other members of the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee. Other people that are on the line though. Thank you for the report, Controller Ms. Begay. I have a question. I know that you're regarding the hardship funds, and right now, is there? Do you know when they're going to be expecting the ones that are already in place and are processing? You know how long it's going to take to be mailed out? Is there going to be any notification regarding what you told us? That report, is it going to be publicized through Navajo Times or other for any kind of a public information? That's my first question.
Okay, question for that question, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Mr. Chair, Delegate Begay, thank you for the question. We cannot publish the names of the individuals that will be getting assistance. We expect to have their checks on the mail by this week for that 13,703 recipients, and for those that's pending verification with vital records. If there's a problem on that, then we will try to call the applicants. If we cannot resolve it with vital records, why there's not a match on their CIB, so they can resolve it. But with the checks that will be issued by this week, we just have to tell the applicants that calling our office, if they're on the list of that 13,703, then the check is on the mail. But other than that, there's really no public notice, if you will, that we will run through Navajo Times or radio announcement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate you for that response, Madam Controller. With that, any further questions or comments from the Budget Finance Committee members?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Beth Begay, as Pro Temp Controller. Jay, I'd like to ask you, I have a concerns of a lot of people call me too about the other councils have been called. A lot of them they're calling for, is my name on the list that the check will be paid from a hardship account, and that's my concern. Everybody calls for this one here. We should have a name list, and it shouldn't be confidential, because of these are kind of public information. We all, I don't want no excuse from Beth Begay. We need a list of names who are not qualified for what reason, lacking documents. They should turn to us to be in that committee. So we should have a correct answer for the people, and we need to know what's going on your side, Controller Beth Begay. That's my concern. We need to have an accurate number from you, and also we need to know how are you working with the Baker Tilly that returned those documents back to you. Is all the documents have been returned from Baker Tilly? The last time we heard there was some issues, but we need to know how to clean up, and we need to see. Also, we need an accurate budget balance and from you, and we need to clean up the book. And also, is there any projection still beyond December 30 for completion of a hardship project? That's my questions. We need to have a good answer. We can't just say we can't do it. You have to do it. I'd like to request from Budget and Finance Committee, maybe give us the information set. So we need to see what's going on under your activities. Thank you very much, Chairman. And that's my request. And I'd like to have a good straight answer from Beth Begay. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Kenny here. I believe our staff, they do a good job of giving us straight answers. So how about Donnie tonight when we talk to our staff? With this, Budget and Finance Committee members, if there are no questions, Madam Controller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Yellow here for the question. In reference to publicizing the name of the recipients of Hardship CARES Fund, I would like to defer that to DOJ because it was discussed between myself and DOJ attorney. Because at that time, there was a concern of recipients of Hardship 1 that did not cash their checks. And we would like to inform the recipients to return back their expired checks to our office so that we can reissue another check. But based on the advice of DOJ, we cannot publicize the name, but I'll have DOJ elaborate on that. As far as Baker Tilly's records, that's what we're uncovering now that we have access to the portal about the issue with the CIB. We have to resolve these 11,209 applicants that we were not able to match with that vital records that was developed by our former consultant. That's why we're working with the vital records in resolving this issue. So as we are verifying it, the CIB, we are also cleaning up the vital records that was on the portal as well. So that's prolonging the process. And as far as the balance, as I stated in my last report to the Budget and Finance Committee, to date, there's still $42,199,334 available, and that includes the interest income earned for investing the CARES Fund money to a money market account, and that's $329,399. So after we process all these Hardship 2 applications, we anticipate a savings of $4 million, and it may still go up because of these outstanding checks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Madam Controller. With that, any further questions or comments from Shinanda, Budget and Finance Committee members?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Let's submit your comments. I'd like to make comments on it. I had to request like this, Chair. These are money are very fragile. We need to get some very good report from the pro temp controller. This kids up in cause that's it about on I don't know it according to the agenda. Thank you, pro temp here for your report, and we look forward to continue your report until this federal fund care money is closed. Thank you. Here, best brigade. Once about not still chairman.
We need to be mindful of our staff also. With that, any further questions or comments?
Delegate Begay again. Hello?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay?
Around the members of the Budget and Finance. Thank you for your response, Ms. Begay, Madam Controller. According to your response you gave me, we know that we cannot, as a delegate, we cannot disseminate all the information that you're providing today, and it seems like it's going really fast. So I was wondering, how do you, the transparency of the information that you're providing, is it going to be on this, like today, I think at 5 o'clock, information that's going to be disseminated on Navajo Times it has to be today to do that. So any other like Gallup Independent, are you going to be publishing that this week? For what you gave us information. The next one is I know that is there already I think I asked this question before, but is there any audit going on already from the government on the CARES fundings that we received it, and we wanted to know that is it since we are the Budget and Finance Committee and we are overseeing all external and internal funds, are we allowed to know about it, or is any investigation going on or any audit going on regarding that CARES funds? Are we going to be part of it? Are you going to let us know, or who's going to be handling it? Is there going to be any kind of a meeting or like a executive session that's going to be weekly that we need to request for it, or how is it going to go about it? That's two. Number two. The third one is since you are temporary being a Madam Controller, can I ask you how long you're anticipating to be temporary, or because I think this funding that we're getting, ARPA funding, is going to be about 4 years. So how do we go about it? And is there any plans you have on it? Because I think this is like how Delegate Yellowhair is stating that this is a very crucial funds that we're getting. We want to know that we want to have somebody that's going to be there all the way to the 4 or 5 years that we're going to be spending this money, that we want to be accountable for this money. So I want to ask you that question. Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Back to you, Madam Controller. Response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Begay, for the question. There is no ongoing audit by the federal government on the CARES fund. And I just announced that we selected a new external auditor for our financial statement audit and single audit of the Navajo Nation for fiscal year ended September 2021, and that's KPMG. We part of their audit scope for KPMG under the single audit will be the CARES fund. And of course, the budget and finance will be informed if there's any issues uncovered during the KPMG audit, or even the process that they will implement in doing the CARES fund audit by our external auditors, because they will be answering to the Budget and Finance Committee as the audit committee of the Navajo Nation. So that will take care of the audit for CARES fund. Yeah, my contract will end February of 2022. And I'm concerned because of all this funding we're getting from the feds, including the 2 billion ARPA. But I have not committed to extend my contract yet with the president. As you know, I'm retired and I look forward to my retirement. It just happened that the country faced COVID, so I cannot really go out of the country to travel, but that's how my contract is. It will end in February of 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Christina, thank you for that response. Now back to committee members. Any further questions, comments? If there is none, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for the receiving report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Oh, Shadow, green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. With that, let's move on to the next report. Mr. Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, this is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. I'm prepared to give the report this morning, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rodas. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My understanding is that at the last Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Begay asked a few questions about audits of CARES and FRF funding. And my colleague Rudy Anaya noted those questions and passed them on to me. So, and Honorable Begay, please correct me if these weren't your questions, but number 1, who does Budget and Finance Committee ask about an investigation into misuse of CARES or FRF? And the response to that would be Department of Justice, and then OOC and OMB, and in certain instances, an investigation might involve the Office of the Auditor General, Ethics and Rules Office, and potentially the prosecutor. Question number 2, who would Budget and Finance Committee ask about ongoing litigation regarding misuse of CARES or FRF. That would be the Department of Justice. Question 3, how does the Budget and Finance Committee receive updates on ongoing litigation? And response to that would be Department of Justice offers confidential and attorney-client privileged litigation updates to counsel. But if the Budget and Finance Committee wanted to have additional updates outside of that, we could have updates in executive session. In terms of the request for the report today, I just wanted to confirm what Acting Controller Begay stated, that there's no federal audit at the moment with respect to CARES funding. There was an inquiry. There was a limited inquiry by the U.S. Department of Treasury, Office of Inspector General, and they contacted Washington office in early August because they weren't able to reach the named contacts with OOC since the former controller had departed. And then between early August and late August, there were communications about setting up a call. And then on August 31st, there was a phone call with Treasury, OIG, and that involved Department of Justice, OOC, OMB, Washington office, Department of Water Resources, and OPVP. In that call, Treasury asked several questions, and then they put those same questions in writing and asked for the nation to give a written response, which the controller did provide a written response on September 7th. And since that time, Treasury has not followed up to ask any additional questions. And those questions were with respect to Department of Water Resources funding for water projects, as well as Tolani Lake Enterprises. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm available for questions, but I would just like to say that if there are any specific questions with regard to litigation or legal strategies, we might have to go into executive session.
Okay, thank you for that report, Mr. Rodas. There's Budget and Finance Committee members, their motion to accept this report.
This is Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Okay, Delegate Nathaniel Brown motions. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, committee members, any questions, comments regarding what was reported by Mr. Rodas?
Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, you have the floor.
If we're in the right orders, so and we can we'll go into executive sessions. That's my motion, Chairman, if I'm in the right orders to
Kushina, executive session for legal questions and issues pertaining to this report, Digi. How long, Delegate O'Hare?
I would probably say no more than an hour, and also basically upon a DOJ, how long will also as well take them, and if they 1 hour is enough, and I'll go based on their comfortable hour. Ito British nasa dollars sila chairman.
Okay, Shane, you're not for that. Before I recognize the second, Mr. Rodas, how much time would be sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would repeat that there is no ongoing audit and there's no pending litigation. So I would imagine that it would be a very short executive session, but I can, the specific time would probably depend on how many questions there would be.
Christina, thank you for that clarification. With that, there is Budget and Finance Committee members. There is a motion on the floor by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to go into executive session. Time allotted, the state is 1 hour, but it might be shorter than that. Is there a second to this motion? Is there a second to a motion to go into executive session?
Second, Delegate
Delegate Elmer P. Begay seconds. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments on motion to go into executive session? Then I'll call for the question to go into executive session. Yes?
Chairman.
Yes, who's this?
Thomas Walker.
Motion Thomas Walker.
Chair, committee members. The executive session,
Christina, for the record, Delegate Thomas Walker, Vice Chairman Thomas Walker with RDC is on the line with us. I do, Chairman Nez is also on the line. Vice Chair Odo So is on the line. And I believe Delegate Charlene So is also on the line. Delegate Pernell Halona is also on the line. Though I believe Delegate Herman Daniels, are you on the line too? If I didn't call your name, 24th Nomination Council, would you please identify yourself? That way we can get the number to you.
Jason, Nash, and I, Stewart.
Oh, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. too, no. With that, those are the members of the 24th Nomination Council that I named off. Peggy, did you get that?
I think so. It's the ones that you recognized this morning that were on the call, including Delegate Thomas Walker, Vice Chair Walker.
Christina, with that, since if this motion does pass, send them the call-in information. Do we have that call-in information readily available? Or Mr. Rodas, do you have a call-in information?
Mr. Chair, I have a WebEx, and I can send that to Ms. Nakai.
Okay, send that to Ms. Okay, send that to Ms. Nakai right now. And so with this, if there are no further questions or comments, Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote to accept this motion and second to go in executive session for 1 hour. It is 11:23 now.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote for executive session at 11:23. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Keenan-Bockrati, shut it, I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Commissioner, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, and it is 11:25. So we could be coming back out at 12:25 or earlier than that, depending on how long it takes. But with that, we are off the record now. Thank you.
Hello, Sue Ramona, did we go into executive session? I'm finish up.
Ramona, we're done with the executive session. We'll have to do a roll call once we get back in the call.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Peggy.
Okay, the committee's going to be coming back on the call. We'll do roll call after we get started again.
Okay, thanks.
Delegate Yeller is on the line for the record. Hello?
President Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. I hear you. I'm back on the red line too.
Yeah, yes,
Chair Hinio, we do have a quorum.
Peggy, we have a quorum?
Yes, we do, Chair. Looks like it.
Christina Ramona, if you would lead us roll call. Get back on record.
Sure, Chairman, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, November 16, 2021. Honorable Jamie Hinyo.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hinyo is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present?
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty,
Yeah, they said it. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bacardi. I'm on the line.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 5 members present upon roll call. 1 member not entering. Chairman.
This Delegate Begay is here now.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Chairman, we have 6 members present upon roll call. Chairman.
Okay, thank you for that. Roll call. We do have a quorum, so therefore let's get back on record. It is 12:25 p.m. We're back on record. Motion to exit executive session by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Yellow hair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. With that, motion to exit executive session. Roll call vote. Ramona.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the exiting of the executive session. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here.
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
So this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting to exit executive session. So therefore, we are back on record and we discussed a lot of issues pertaining to this report in executive session. Therefore, if there are no further questions, I'll call for the question to accept the report. There is a motion second. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask this in the hour that we had, but this question goes to the Navajo Nation Attorney General. Is there plans to file anything within the Navajo Nation courts, or do we have jurisdiction over that? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Madam Attorney General McFall, are you on the line? Mr. Rodas, are you back on the line with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question.
Good.
Okay. The subrecipient agreement with Talani Lake Enterprises does subject the subrecipient to the application of Navajo Nation law and the jurisdiction of Navajo Nation courts. So it is something that we could pursue. And we want to keep all of the legal options open at this point. So I wouldn't rule anything out in terms of litigation, but I just, I don't think that we can discuss the legal strategy in open session at this time. But I would say that
thank you for that. Thank you for that response, Mr. Rodas. With that, back to committee members. Any further questions, comments before I call for the question?
This is
Yeah, let's-
Delegate Yellowhair, Chairman.
Commissioner Da, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, to the Chairman. There was a request by my Honorable Shumayaja, Member Crowdy. There will be update information sometime in December. That's what we'll all be waiting for, being the committee. I think we're request for that one, Chairman. They'll be updated from a DOT and also controller on the audit information. Thank you, Chairman.
Commissioner Da, we're making that request, and it will be on our agenda next month. With this, if there's any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question. Ramona, to accept the report, if you would lead us a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I will green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote?
Shadow, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bockrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Shadow, I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Kishin, thank you for that. We do accept the report. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. With this, thank you, Mr. Rodas, for being on the line with us, and Madam Attorney General, Ms. McFall, and also Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay. With this, next, moving down the line to the next report, item C. Do we have the Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Dana Barboff, on the line?
Good morning, Chair. BNF. This is Ms. Bobroff. I am stuck in a traffic jam between Gallup and Albuquerque, so I apologize if my connection is bad. So my understanding is that you wanted a report about the first FRF legislation. And yesterday had a all-day meeting with the FRF office, with Department of Justice, Office of Legislative Services, and myself. And it looks like that the legislation, or at least the committed goal, is having the legislation finalized and ready to drop by no later than next Tuesday, which I believe is the 22nd. So it would be available to be presented to the NABI committee the following week. So I believe that is the week of the 28th or 29th. What the delay is, my office is waiting for the final project list. The legislation will cover is for infrastructure, which includes broadband, water, wastewater, power, which is basically connecting homes, bathroom additions, and housing, and hardship assistance. The final total on that legislation will probably be 1.1 billion. to cover all of those areas. And the legislation will go straight to NABI. My understanding is that the speaker is planning on a 2 or 3 day NABI meeting. And then after that, it will go to council and then across the street. So I'll stop right now, Chair, and I can take questions, or you can direct me on to what other information that the committee would like today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that report. Committee members, there's a motion to accept the report.
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
A motion by Delegate Emerson Clardy, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So with that, committee members, any questions, comments?
Chairman, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
President, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henio. So my question, and I appreciate Ms. Barbara being on the line and understanding you're not in the office. If we could get guidance either now or at a later date with the recommendations for the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund. That was prior to federal action. Well, it's not dropped yet. So are there going to be modifications to the legislative language? As a council, we have not convened or I don't think we've convened leadership meetings when it's coming regards to these infrastructure funds. And I think my concern is from the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund is that there's a segment of those funds that could be used for government services depending on our lost revenue. And so my challenge here is I'm not seeing any real investment in like public safety, victim services, our criminal justice system. And if now the nation has an opportunity to use other federal funds, how does that affect the legislations that are coming down the pipeline? And Chair Henio, how do you want to lead this committee to start having those discussions so that we can meet the public safety needs of our communities? And I just continue to review what was provided, and a lot of it is infrastructure that could now be used or should be used with some of these priorities like wastewater or the sanitation, the broadband, the bridges, the roads. And so I'm not sure how that's all being decided as we move along with this, with these legislations. Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate you, Leslie, for your question. Ms. Barba?
Thank you, Madam Carty and Budget and Finance Committee. So the first legislation which we're preparing for and will plans to be dropped next week is for infrastructure and hardship assistance. And it's my understanding that none of those projects tap into the lost revenue or general government services options. The next proposed legislation is most likely going to be for chapter projects or dollars to the chapters. And the third legislation will be for education, health, social services, economic development, and tourism. and those projects and services for that third legislation I was just talking to, it's my understanding that those have just recently been, the initial determinations have been done on those. Now, as far as all of the additional types of funding that are coming down, we actually were discussing some of that yesterday, and my recommendation is that the council get a report on all of the different ARPA funds that aren't FRF funds, but all of the additional ARPA funds that have been provided to the nation or a enterprise entity, college, university owned by the nation, and I think that is so far is in the vicinity of about 530 million, but certainly the council and definitely Budget and Finance Committee should get a report on those. As far as the infrastructure bill, I am unaware as if that has been dissected, but I do know it is being worked on as we speak by DOJ and other consultants as to what will be available to Navajo under that. So I think, and I hope that answers Delegate Crotty's question. And Mel has certainly been key involved in this. So if the committee wishes, Mel may want to add something to what I've just said. Thank you, Chair, and turn the floor back to you and the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Barba, for that response. As far as Budget and Finance Committee getting a report, we need to reach out to the FRF Director, Mr. Tom Platero, to provide us a report, or we could do a separate meeting with Mr. Platero, the Budget and Finance Committee, because when it comes to our committee meetings, we have limited time, and I believe this discussion will take a lot more, most of our afternoon or most of our morning. So what we could do is schedule a meeting with Mr. Platero to go over some of the issues that and concerns that we have regarding the FRF applications and the legislation. So with that, Peggy, if you would contact Mr. Platero and see when he's available, how busy he is. With that, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. If I could ask as we, I know we're going to have an action item on an upcoming special meeting. So if we could take, add this to that agenda item, I would request, if Ms. Barbara felt that Mr. Rodas has been part of these conversations, because it really is beyond Navajo fiscal recovery. That fund was created with a certain section of the federal funding that's coming in. We need, as Budget and Finance Committee, to see the whole picture of funding that's made available. So we'll need like OMB to be part of the conversation and OOC, and understand if there's contracts or if there's consultants, financial consultants that are being that are monitoring this. And as a committee, we would need to hear that update so that we understand if there's any other funding that could be reimbursed through Sehasin, not really going through this whole $1 trillion packet. I don't know what the restrictions are, but I think in terms of our committee, if we could do that and certainly invite other delegates and start really understanding the opportunities here. And as we make decisions on what type of funding is going to be used, what are the timelines, and how we could maximize this opportunity. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you for that question, and it'll be added on the special meeting. When we get to that agenda item, we'll make that notation to when we get to select the date and time to make this an agenda item as under a report. Peggy, did you get that? Peggy, are you there?
Chair Hemio, I am here.
Okay. Did you get that? Did you make note of that request?
About having a future meeting with the FRF office.
No, putting the FRF office as part of the report for
Yes.
the special meeting that we will be doing.
Yes.
Okay, Shina, thank you for that. With that, any further questions, comments, committee members? Then I can call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the report.
Sure, Chairman, you need a roll call vote for accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Yes, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that roll call vote. You have a vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting to accept the report. And thank you, Ms. Barba, for being on the line with us this morning or this afternoon. And with that, moving down on the agenda, we have next item is old business, and there is none. And then new business item 7A, legislation 109-21. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair is here with us. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, are all your chapter officials on the call?
Okay, thank you very much. This is pertains to legislation number 0109-21. My agents are on the line. We talked about it last night at a Hardship chapter meeting. My agent, Telecommun, Hardship chapter president on the line. And then I also talked to Equiton Jean, Chinley Agency, Administrative Services. She's also on the line. I would like to, if we're in order, I wonder if Peggy Nakay read just the legislation so the people understand Chairman.
All 3 officials are on the line, right? Chapter president, vice president, and secretary treasurer.
Yes.
Peggy, if you read legislation 109-21 into the record for us, please.
Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution. I'm hoping that you can hear me. Assigned to Resources and Development and the Budget and Finance Committee. 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year, 2021, introduced by Jimmy Yellowhair. Prime sponsor, tracking number 0109-21, an action relating to resources and development and budget and finance committees, accepting the Auditor General's follow-up review of the Hard Rock chapter's corrective action plan implementation, and imposing sanctions upon the Hard Rock chapter for failure to implement the corrective action plan. This has been electronically read into the record. The exhibits are there. The Internet public review documents were there was one recommendation from Felicia A. John that's noted in the comments. And then the Resources and Development Committee had tabled this to their next meeting, August 4th, 2021. And then they went back on August 18, 2021. At the time when the Office of the Auditor General conducted this, it has a due pass with a recommendation. At the time when the Office of the Auditor General conducted their audit was conducted, the Hard Rock chapter did not have no chapter staff available to assist the chapter officials. Therefore, RDC recommends no sanctions be imposed on the Hard Rock chapter's current chapter officials. RDC further recommends that the Hard Rock chapter be provided an additional 6 months to continue working on their caps. After 6 months, a follow-up report be provided to the RDC and BFC by both the Hard Rock chapter officials and the Office of the Auditor General. And so that was that was a due pass and a recommendation as follows. Chair Henio, and the vote tally sheet is also attached.
Thank you for that reading. With that motion, is there a motion to accept this agenda as read? I mean, the legislation 109-21. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Senator Delegate Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. We do have a motion and second on the floor. With this, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, if you introduce your legislation to the committee, and then after that, I'll defer to Office Auditor General Ms. Helen Brown and her staff to give an update, and then after that, I'll defer back to Senator Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to give your chapter officials time to come before the Budget and Finance Committee. So with this, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yeah, to the Chairman. Thank you very much. We all understood the legislation number 0109-21, which is in reference to a Hard Rock chapter corrective action plan implementation. I'd like to give a floor to Helen John immediately to proceed this ongoing for a legislation 0109-21. Yeah, about the auditor, Navajo Nation Auditor General. Yeah, to the Chairman.
What's that? Now, Ms. Helen Brown, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, committee members. This is Karen Briscoe from the Office of the Auditor General. I'm here with Kimberly Jake. She was the lead auditor for the follow-up review. We are here to present a follow-up review report of the Hard Rock chapter's corrective action plan implementation. Back in 2018, we completed a special review of the chapter, and the chapter developed a corrective action plan. The report and corrective action plan were approved by the Budget and Finance Committee in October of 2018. So the objective of this follow-up review is to determine whether the Hard Rock chapter fully implemented its corrective action plan. And we looked at a 6-month period ending December 2019. we reported 15 findings. And for those 15 findings, the chapter developed 39 corrective measures. They implemented 17 and 22 were not implemented. Therefore, we are recommending sanctions against the chapter and the chapter officials. I also just wanted to make one correction. The Resources and Development Committee reported that at the time of our review that the chapter did not have any staff, but that's incorrect. During our review, the chapter did have a community services coordinator, and they did have an accounts maintenance specialist on staff. So I just wanted to make that correction. Kimberly will go over some of the results of her review.
Okay, I'll be giving a summary report of the 15 audit issues. Just for reference, I'll be referring to the accounts maintenance specialist as AMS and the community service coordinator as CSC throughout the report. Please note that Exhibit A on page 1 and 2 is a summary of the 15 audit issues. And I'll begin on page 3. Issue 1, unauthorized bonuses totaling $13,500 were paid to the AMS and chapter president. There were no bonus payments issued to chapter officials or staff. Issue 1 was resolved. Issue 2, travel checks totaling over $12,000 paid to the chapter president and AMS were not authorized and supported with required travel documentations. 13 travel expenditures totaling over $1,400 were examined, and all expenditures were authorized and supported with required documents. Issue 2 was resolved. Issue 3, the chapter expended $7,800 for services that did not benefit the chapter. There was no evidence the chapter retained services for chapter officials or staff. This is no longer a practice by the chapter. Issue 3 was resolved. Issue 4, personnel files documenting the hiring of 32 employees were not supported with required documentation. 20 personnel files were examined and verified to have all required personnel records on file to support the hiring of employees. Issue 4 was resolved. Issue 5, the AMS earned duplicate pay because she did not take leave to attend Community Land Use Planning Committee meetings. No chapter employee earned duplicate pay for attending committee meetings while simultaneously working regular hours. Issue 5 was resolved. Refer to page 4. Issue 6, payments to relatives of the chapter president and AMS totaling over $13,000 cannot be supported with documentation. 6 disbursements totaling $750 were identified as payments to the relative of the current AMS for a committee stipend. Although the payments were supported with the required documents, the current AMS initiated and processed the payments, creating a conflict of interest in the process. There is still a risk that unsupported and unauthorized payments to relatives could be processed. Issue 6 was not resolved. Issue 7, $19,900 in food purchases may not have been for chapter-related events and were not community approved. 3 food expenditures totaling over $1,100 were examined. All expenditures were budgeted, approved, had supporting receipts, and were for chapter-related events. However, there was no receiving reports on file to confirm that all food items purchased were received intact by the chapter. Without this verification, it is uncertain whether the chapter received everything it purchased and none of the food was diverted for personal use. Issue 7 was not resolved. Issue 8, the chapter awarded housing assistance to 7 applicants whose eligibility was not verified. The chapter did not award any housing assistance. Rather, the chapter was collecting housing assistance applications during our review. The eligibility of these applicants was pending because the chapter was waiting to form a housing committee and to revise its housing policy that were dated from 2011. To verify if sufficient controls are in place to make sure applicant eligibility is properly verified, the chapter's current housing assistance policy was evaluated. We noted such deficiencies such as 1, the housing policy requires the CSC to be involved in every step of the housing assistance process without the involvement of the AMS and the chapter officials. 2, the corrective action plan requires the chapter to establish a housing committee to evaluate applicants for eligibility. However, the chapter policy allows the CSC to complete this task without supervision or review by an independent person. 3, there is a checklist to verify required documents are submitted by the applicant, but the policy does not require the AMS as a person completing the checklist and the CSC as the reviewer of the checklist to sign the document. As such, the chapter officials are unable to verify there are checks and balances within the housing process. Refer to page 5. Overall, the current housing policy conflicts with the corrective action plan. This hinders any improvements to the chapter's housing process, and the risk for awarding ineligible applicants still exists. Issue 8 was not resolved. Issue 9, the chapter cannot demonstrate that the housing assistance projects are complete. As stated previously, the chapter did not award any housing assistance during the review period. The housing policies were evaluated, however, they conflict with the corrective action plan and allows for poor controls within the process. There are no clear steps for defining projects, tracking projects as they progress, and making sure they are completed as intended. No real improvements have been made in this area. Therefore, the risks posed by the audit finding remain. Issue 9 was not resolved. Issue 10, the chapter does not track the use of building materials. The current chapter housing policy does not address how building materials will be tracked, but when they are delivered and used for the project until completion. Since the housing policy has not been revised to require such tracking, this audit finding has not been resolved, and the chapter cannot provide assurance building materials are used for their intended purposes. Issue 10 was not resolved. Issue 11, consulting services were not procured competitively. 4 vendors were paid for consulting services totaling over $12,000. 3 of the 4 vendors were not procured through a bidding process, which is required for such services. Issue 11 was not resolved. Issue 12, consulting services were obtained without a service contract that was reviewed and approved by the Navajo Nation. 4 vendors hired for consulting services were hired without a proper professional services contract. There were no contracts for 3 vendors, and the contract for the 4th vendor was not reviewed and approved through the Navajo Nation review process, which is required for non-certified chapters. Issue 12 was not resolved. Issue 13, the chapter's property inventory records are incomplete. The chapter's property inventory is incomplete and in disarray. There are 3 separate inventory records, but they do not reconcile. In addition, pertinent information needed to identify the property is missing from the inventory. The inventory was prepared by temporary employees, but it was never verified for accuracy or completeness. Furthermore, 11 property items reviewed were not tagged with identification numbers, and 3 property items could not be located on chapter premises. Issue 13 was not resolved. Refer to page 6. Issue 14, the fixed assets value of $138,553 that is reported in the financial statements cannot be supported with documentation. The financial statements as of December 31st, 2019 reported total fixed assets of over $138,000. However, the total value of fixed assets recorded on the property inventory. In addition, the fixed asset value is the same value reported in the financial statements during the initial audit in 2018. Since there is no change in the reporting of fixed assets, the chapter continues to understate the total value of its assets in the financial statements. 29 fixed assets valued over $562,000 did not have documentation such as invoices or appraisals on file to support their values reported on the property inventory. As a result, it is unclear whether these values per the property inventory are true and legitimate. Issue 14 was not resolved. Issue 15, complete financial reports were not provided to the community each month. We examined 6 months of meeting minutes, and for 3 months, the chapter did not provide financial reports to the community. Although financial reports were generated by the chapter staff, there was inconsistent reporting due to turnover in the secretary-treasurer position. Issue 15 was not resolved. Overall, 17 of the corrective actions were resolved, and 22 of the corrective actions were not resolved. Therefore, we are recommending sanction be imposed on the chapter and officials. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Shikela, for your report from the Office of the Auditor General. Go back to Delegate Jimmy over here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Navajo Nation Auditor General's Office, to issues and concerns about the Hardship chapters for pertaining to correct action plan implementations. I'd like to give a floor to J. Gay. He is a Hardship chapter president, and given the floor to Aro and the Equity Change. She also online for any other explanation. Thank you. JPK is ready for a justification and explanations to this legislation number 0109-21. Thank you.
Mr. J.B. Gation, chapter president, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Kushina, also, your vice president, is he or she on the line?
There, this is
Adrian.
Yes, I'm on the call. Thank you.
Okay. Kushina, the Hard Rock chapter secretary treasurer. Hard Rock chapter secretary.
Hard Rock chapter secretary treasurer.
Thank you. Could you identify yourself for the name for the record? Just Mr. J.B. Gay, you have the floor, Shananda.
Good afternoon, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Shaya J.B. Gay Jr. Yanchia, Haro Sanji Kinensha, Shishabashin Twilichi, the Shado Hachi in the Shanava, Ado Tatnas Nele, a larger Eta Seta, said it don't me. As you've heard that this default review was 2 years ago, so there has been a lot done since then on our part as chapter officials and also the account maintenance specialists. We don't have a chapter service coordinator. It's been more than about 2 years now. We've had people apply, but at the last minute, they turned down the offer, I think, just because we're remote. But like I said, there has been a lot of implementation on these corrective, on the CAP that we're supposed to be fixing. So there's a lot of changes that have happened since 2 years since the last follow-up review took place. We formed the housing committee. We've updated the housing policy. So we're, I believe that area that they had mentioned, policy and the follow review that they had suggested, although there is a housing committee, though as they had recommended, all the areas that were deficient, we believe were all of those were updated in our policy. The housing committee, and we would like to proceed in helping our community members with some of the housing projects. Although vendors are still, we've been procuring, going through the right process of it. We've been going through the proper process as stated in the follow-up review. So a lot has changed since 2 years, although, and like I said, that we still don't have a chapter service coordinator. Our account maintenance specialist, a non-dishiki Bansala. And at times, she does the work of a chapter service coordinator. Although we go over this from time to time, CAT review. It's something that it's ongoing. Although when sourcing kudo khasi dole although hidne a nature kudo tanazil has ado a sanction that in hidiliago ayel ne in the has igi they ad she see it's going to affect them. Budget and finance committee members, although I listened in last week, a 6-month extension, Kate, although Ashin here, and so Zini, it only a job, a consolidate, thank you.
Mr. Begay, Chapter President, Shananda. Next is Chapter Vice President, Shananda, Ms. Edgerton Jean.
Chairman, so this is Delegate Yellow here.
No, Shananda, we can hear from all three officials first.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Shananda, Chapter Vice President, Ms. Edgerton Jean.
Shananda, corrections. This is Delegate Yell here.
Shananda.
Vice President. Byron is a Vice President to Hardship.
The Chapter Vice President, are you on the line? First call, Chapter Vice President for Hard Rock Chapter, are you on the line?
*6, Chair Hinio, if they're muted.
*6 if you're muted. Hard Rock Chapter Vice President. Well, our Hard Rock chapter vice president is getting back on the line. I'll defer to the Hard Rock chapter secretary treasurer. Are you still there? Hard Rock chapter secretary treasurer, are you still on the line with us?
Yeah, yes, I'm still here.
Okay, would you
Shay,
identify yourself for the record, please?
yes, my name is Levon N. Hard Rock chapter secretary treasurer.
Thank you for that. And you have the floor to provide information regarding this legislation.
Okay, yeah, Shay, Levon N. und ja, bin betroffen in das Land trabajan Bashichin, Malkaiten das Cheto, Kia Ani das Nella. I'm the new secretary treasurer. I started in January of this year. And I just wanted to say we are working on the cap review, and a lot has been done since the last review. And our ASC did a follow-up back in April. And I also remember we did go through the inventory. We labeled the stuff at the chapter house. And I stand behind my president to recommend for a 6-month extension. Korea, yeah.
Okay, Kailan, Ms. Begay, for your comments. Do we have Hard Rock chapter vice president on the line? They'll get Jimmy O here. It seems like the chapter vice president is not on the line with us.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I also like to give a floor to our administrative services, her office and Chinle agency, and Honorable Chairman. Give the floor to Egerton Jean. I think she's on the line too. She's the one at the spearhead, taking care of this, Chinle agency, all the budget and expenditure report. To the chairman, Shabbat the Egerton Jean. Yeah.
With that, they'll get Jimmy O here. Are you able to contact the chapter vice president or have somebody contact the vice president to come on the line to provide information? Usually we have all 3 officials that need to be on the line for this type of legislation. Ms. Egerton Jean, are you there?
Yes, okay. This is Egerton Jean. I am the Senior Programs and Project Specialist for Chinle ASC office. And we do work with Hard Rock chapter. A couple, I'd like to thank the committee and then also the chapter officials for taking this time to allow me to, present for the Hard Rock chapter. We have been working diligently with the chapter officials and the account maintenance specialist to implement the cap for Hard Rock chapter. A couple, they did report that a lot has been done, a lot on legal, but our last review was back in June. At that time, we identified only 2 areas that were not corrected. The 2 areas are relating to the consultant. those two the rest they have corrected, and they're continuously, working to implement those areas, the other areas. So the two items that are not corrected to these area, it has to do with the chapter accounting system. So the chapter accounting system, they're currently on QuickBooks. So recently we initiated a contract to do the 164 review process. So ADP, that's going to take care of the two areas that are not resolved. So if you can just give us another 6 months, I'm pretty sure we will correct that. So meanwhile, the consultant for the MIT, she did indicate, she emailed us and she told us she was going to have, she was going to implement the MIT system for the chapter by January. Thereafter, we are going to work with the AMS, to start inputting and entering the accounting system into that new system. So I just wanted to verify that all the corrective measures have been made by the chapter. And I'll be on the line for questions. Thank you.
Kashina, thank you, Ms. Edgerton Jean, for that report. With that, back to Hard Rock chapter. As our chapter vice president on the line right now. Last call for a Hard Rock chapter vice president. Then I'll go back to you, Shananda. I'll get Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, to the chairman, Henny O'Shea. Now you heard from all the, especially a chapter president and secretary and treasurer, and also include Egerton Jane, that she is taking care, look through all this accounting of the all Chinle agency in Haya. Even national is based on the information that were given, and I supported the JBK to the president on the vice secretary and treasurer and Egerton Jane. They all request for it and also supported to extend a 6 month extensions for a given report. Should be a satisfied report by that time. Should not honestly be in the committee or be Chicago. The Nebuchadnezzar to session Ilya Idoya shown that we heard the senior citizen the other level approved on it on the scholarship that Ada never called the even in that special one now is an extension that we are requesting through my colleagues could indicate with extension for the next 6 months. Hunsabaha still here by Henson a hardware checker official Grand Snagit chairman here still a chairman Clara has turned it the Arjun has $10 Ganastot here the encourage your eyes about Henson. One still a chairman.
They'll get Jimmy Yellow here. I'll just say with that, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. You've heard from the sponsor, they'll get Jimmy Yellow here. Then our two chapter officials with the absence of the vice president and Administrative Service Center. With that, the floor is open for questions, comments. Committee members. Are there any questions? If not, I'll call for the question.
A motion to table, Delegate Crotty.
Motion to table this resolution. Before I recognize the second, timeline.
6 months, thank you.
Motion by Delegate Amber Kinoswat-Crotty to table this legislation for 6 months. With that, is there a second? Is there a second to a motion to table?
Yellow hair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So there's a motion by Delegate Amber Kinoswat-Crotty, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, there was no discussion on tabling motions for 6 months. Ramona, if you lead us on a roll call vote, tabling motion.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the table of motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kinoswat-Crotty, how do you vote?
Senator, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kinoswat-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 109-21 is hereby tabled with a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair for bringing this legislation before the committee, and from Hard Rock chapter for being on the call. With this, let's move forward to legislation 0096-19. Sponsored by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With this, Peggy, if you read this legislation into the record.
Just trying to hurry and jot down, make my notes. This is a proposed standing committee resolution. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority, 24th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2019, introduced by Jimmy Yellowhair, prime sponsor, tracking number 0096-19. An action relating to budget and finance approving the write-off of $6,728.72 in personal loans from the personal loan program administered by the Navajo Nation Credit Services Department. Thereafter, you have the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation. The Internet public review had no comments.
Okay, thank you for that reading. Is there a motion?
I'll motion. Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, motion, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second? Going once?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So we do have a motion and a second. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, if you would introduce your legislation to the committee.
Oh, to the chairman. This is in reference to legislation number 0096-19, which approving the write-off for $6,728.72 for a personal loan for a personal loan program administered by Navajo Nation Credit Services Department by which found me as a sponsor, but I'd like to get help from a Navajo Nation Controller's Office Loan Office. My agent is a Mr. Garcia, and maybe other staff also include. Thank you to the chairman, Mr. Garcia, probably available, and maybe Controller Elizabeth Gay, also probably online too. Thanks for those two for the assistance to pass this legislation. Thank you to the chairman.
Now with that, I did hear Mr. Garcia from the Navajo Nation Credit Services on the line earlier.
I am.
So, Mr. Garcia, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, as well as Budget and Finance Committee. Good afternoon, everybody who are on the call as well. This legislation was put into a resolution by accident. So per policy, as mentioned by Peggy in the last meeting, was to delete this off of the legislation due to the fact that credit services has policies in place. So what the policy states is the concurrence for any write-off as well as charge-off can be concurred by the credit manager as well as the controller of the Navajo Nation. From there forth, a report will be given to the Budget and Finance Committee in reference to any amounts that are currently going to be written off of the books of the Navajo Nation. So of these 7 accounts that you currently see with the exhibits as well attached in the amount of $6,728.72. These 7 accounts that are currently here, there are 6 of them with the consumers who have been deceased, and 1 account that's currently in the status of being going through legal finances. So right now we're just looking to go ahead and just have this written off due to having this legislation to be written off, just so we can go ahead and have these amounts be written off of the books. So we already went through our collection efforts when the 6 applicants were alive, and we've actually reached our collection efforts. So there's no point in moving any forth with any collections for the deceased. So I would just rather have those just be taken off of the books. As for the other one, we are currently wanting to have that one written off just due to the fact that there has been a debt consolidation that the individual has been going forth with, as well as having the information be consulted by a financial consultant. So that's just basically due to the bankruptcy, and the individual also pursued this bankruptcy in court to file with a chapter 13 to discharge of the debitor. So we're just looking forward to just having this legislation to be written off, just so we can move forth with our the next steps of actually just having these off the books. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia, for your information. So what you're saying is that there is no need for a legislation? Is that what I'm picking up?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's no legislation that is actually placed in this, just as per policy written and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee with BNF-44-18, subsection 14, with the written write-off procedures. If you do read, it does state that the recommendation for a write-off or a loan or a portion thereof shall require review and concurrences by the credit manager and the controller of the Navajo Nation, and the Department of Justice shall review the legal sufficiency. Prior to granting final approval, the write-off, the collection or the controller shall provide a report to the committee regarding the purpose of the write-off.
Christine, thank you for that information again. With that, Delegate Jimmy Yellen here. Back to you. Do you still wish to pursue this legislation or adjournment?
Mr. Garcia, for my agent to explain this legislation. There's no requirement on the legislation. I agree with Mr. Garcia. So I'll be concurrent with the request and based on the policy and regulations. Legislation let the controllers and credit manager can do the job and right off this. Chairman.
So are you going to withdraw, or are you going to keep pursuing and moving it forward?
Withdraw.
With that, the Budget and Finance Committee sponsor has decided to withdraw this legislation. Therefore, Peggy, guidance here, we do have a motion and second in place so that with the withdrawal announcement, everything is goes away, right? The motion and second too?
Well, you can still ask the motion party and the second party if they wish to withdraw. And if they don't, then just vote again. So you have an option.
Just so happens the sponsor is holding the main motion. So Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, you withdraw your main motion or
thank you, Chairman. I'll withdraw.
Shina, other holding second. Shina Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Motion party has withdrawn his motion. Do you wish to keep your second and move it, or what do you wish to do with your second motion? Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
His call may have dropped, Chair.
Okay. Delegate Elmer P. Begay going once. Delegate Elmer P. Begay going twice. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, third and final call. Okay, with that, we do have a motion party has withdrawn his motion, and the second is not answering, so therefore we're back to the agenda. Legislation 0096-19, and also during the course of the conversation, sponsor has decided to withdraw the legislation itself totally. So with that, we'll move forward to the next legislation, 0234-21. Vice Chair Smith is here present with us. So with that, Peggy, if you read the legislation into the record.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair, question of privilege.
Delegate Yellowhair, before I go back to Peggy, go ahead.
Okay, so on this legislation 0096-19 doesn't mean this is withdraw the whole thing legislation. It's just my questions, Mr. Chairman.
So you would have to fill out the withdrawal form on contract manual at Legislative Services.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, so Peggy, if you would read the legislation 234-21.
Okay, this is a proposed nomination standing committee resolution. Goes from the Budget and Finance Committee to Nabikia Committee, 24th Nomination Council, third year 2021, introduced by Raymond Smith Jr., primary sponsor, tracking number 0234-21. An action relating to Budget and Finance and Nabikia committees approving, accepting, and implementing the indirect cost negotiation agreement with the U.S. Department of Interior Business Center for fiscal years 2021 through 2022. And it has the exhibits that are in the legislation, the 164 review, and then there were no comments on the internet public review.
Okay, Adlan, thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept 234-21? Should our delegate Jimmy over here? Is there a motion to accept legislation 234-21, first call? Is there a motion? Christina, motion by delegate Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second? Is there a second going once?
Delegate Yellow Hair, I'll motion second.
And Christina has a motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to accept legislation 234-21. With this, Vice Chair Smith, introduce the legislation to the committee.
Well, thank you, Chair Henio and the committee members of the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance. Good afternoon. This is imperative that we need to pass, and it is concerning the legislation within the indirect cost negotiation agreement with the Department of Interior and also the Interior Business Central of the fiscal years coming up 2021 and 2022. As we know that we have this is pertaining to the Public Law 93-638 contracts, and also within the Navajo Nation Code Title 2, subsection 110J. It's an intergovernmental agreement between the nation, the Navajo Nation, and other governments that have all the powers to within the Indian Self-Determination and Education and Assistance Act. So this is brought forth to the Budget and Finance Committee for the approval, and we are the oversight for OMB, and we have this indirect costs in section 2, the findings. There's exhibits A, B, and C. A explains basically the negotiated agreement through the Indian Organization Indirect Negotiation Agreement, which is a letter dated October 5th, 2021. At that point in time, it was 16.57%. And in Exhibit A, it continues to say that the proposed rate was at 16.57, what I just said, for the period of October 1 through the 2020 to September 30th, 2021, which is our fiscal year ending. Now it's going to be at 15.46% for the period of October 1 of this year all the way up to September 30th of 2022, which is explained in Exhibit A. As you look at the Exhibit B, this it talks about the fiscal year and the agreement, and it's approving and accepting the proposed IDC rate. Exhibit C is basically, it has been reviewed by the OMB office, and according to the 164 review process, Title II, and Navajo Nation has that review process, so it went through OMB's office, and it went through the Navajo Nation controllers, and also the Department of Justice, and other reviewers that are down the line to ensure that this is in line, sufficient. And it has been stamped as legally sufficient under Exhibit C. So therefore, committee members, this will be going to Nabukia here Thursday. I This is imperative that we pass this, and Navajo Nation will be sending it over once. If it does get passed at Nabagiatia, it will go to the Navajo Nation president for his signature on this negotiated agreement, and it'll be to execute the Indian Organization Indirect Cost Negotiation Agreement. So Exhibit A is attached here. This talks about for the use, indirect costs is for grants, contracts, and other agreements with federal government, which I mentioned about the Public Law 93-638. And we know that Public Law 19 is Self-Determination Act, which, for an example, is Navajo Police. We contract that out. And 2 CFR Part 200 apply, subject to the limitations contained in 25 CFR 900. So these are what the rates are negotiated by the U.S. Department of Interior Business Center. And if you look at the Exhibit A, Section I has the rate, has the starting date, end date, rate type, and the name, rate, base, location, application to. And it's basically kind of self-explanatory. That was sent to us October 5th, 2021, and it's a report number 2021-0520. The signatures are pending. There's a signature on Section 3 of this exhibit here. It's pending for our President of Navajo Nation and the date. And once we enact this or pass this with Budget and Finance, like I said, it'll go to the Navajo Nation President for his signature. So this is a carryover for the IDC rate 2018 Supplement 1, and Supplement 2 on the next page. And it breaks it down into Supplement 3, page 1 of 2. It talks about the various federal programs and how much FY 2021 and FY 2022. I'm not going to go through this per se. I'm just going to kind of highlight this. I think my agent is on board with us this afternoon, Cordell Shorty. I'm sure he's listening in. Maybe he has a designee. Supplement 3, page 2 of 2, has also the programs on behalf of that and the amount. And Supplement 4 is basically FY 2021 and 2022 indirect costs. And then Exhibit B has a letter from OMB Dominic Bial, basically talking about the process of this and the rates approved and how this developed, and has the document review number on there, 017378, and a negotiated agreement for FY 2021 and 2022 IDC rates approved by Navajo Nation by the Interior Business Center, also known as IBC DOI. So that letter has been sent in October 8, 2021. And Exhibit C has that 164 review form, and it went through. It was submitted October 12, 2021. Contact was Cordell Shorty, and it was reviewed by our former attorney, Kristen Lowell, at October 12, 2021, and signed off by Mel Rodas, attorney of DOJ, on 10/12/2021 at 3:08 p.m. So it's marked as sufficient. So OMB, OOC, OAG, Offices of Attorney General, and it says legally sufficient. So therefore, we have this in front of us, and it does have all the documents attached. And at this point in time, I'll turn the floor over to Cordell Shorty. Cordell, are you online?
Mr. Chair, Chairman Henio, and members of the committee, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being on board.
Oh,
yes, we can.
Good afternoon, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee members, Chair, Vice Chair, and the listening audience. So thank you to Delegate Smith for sponsoring this legislation and providing an overview. Just a couple of points, and I think Chairman, Vice Chair did a good job giving an overview. Just the other point is that the IDC rates were offered based on proposal submitted by the Navajo Nation, as explained in memorandum attached and marked Exhibit B. And the rate for FY21 is supported by audited expenditures of fiscal 2018. It's called a 3-year lag. The proposal are supported by expenditures on the 3-year lag. So 21 rate is supported by expenditures incurred in FY18. The FY22 rate is supported by expenditures incurred in FY19. And the rates are used to budget for recovery of indirect costs. There's a provision in the Budget Instruction Manual adopted by Budget and Finance Committee annually that requires that. And secondly is based on grant awards expended. Then the recovery is done by Office of the Controller using that negotiated rate. For example, let's say the nation received a grant for $100,000 for a year. At some point during the year, 50,000 of that is expended, and the recovery is on that 50,000 that's expended using the rate in place at that time. So as Chairman, Vice Chair Smith indicated, it's imperative that this legislation be adopted by Budget and Finance, and then that proceed to Nabik-Iati, and with Nabik-Iati action and acceptance, then that the indirect cost negotiation agreement can proceed for signature the President. The rate was offered by a letter and email October 5th, and that's over a month ago. And we received a couple of emails from representative of IBC, Interior Business Center /DOI, inquiring on the status of the nation accepting the rates and executing an indirect cost agreement. So with that, we ask your favorable consideration for accepting the legislation on this, so the document can proceed to NABI for final legislative action and signature by the President.
Cordell Shorty for explaining that and being here to support the IDC and working with OMB. We appreciate all the work you guys do down there, and we need to move forward with the Navajo Nation in the next fiscal years. And looking forward to the Budget and Finance voting favorably for this. And at this point in time, I'll turn the floor back over to you, Chair Henio. We're here for questions.
Vice Chair Smith, for your presentation. Therefore, we are now back to the Budget and Finance Committee. There is a motion second established. Any questions, comments for Vice Chair Smith? If there is none, I'll call for the question.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much to Honorable Raymond Smith and Donna Cordell Shorty with the OMB. I had a question about I think this 15.46 indirect cost rate will be less than this year, I think 16% only. So we're getting less percentage on the indirect cost rate. Armor, Raymond Smith, or Cordell Shorty. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Shina. That, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members of the Budget Finance Committee and those that are listening. I appreciate that question. That is a good question. Yes, it is less than the year before. It's at 15.46% as for this coming, starting as of October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022, according to Exhibit A, we'll be getting 15.46%. And Exhibit A explains that prior to that, we were getting 16.57%. But I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Cordell Shorty for a little more explanation on why that took place and what's happening with that. Shinadad, Cordell Shorty, you have the floor. Thank you.
Chairman Henio, Vice Chairman Smith, and members of the Budget Finance Committee. Again, Vice Chair Smith is on point to refer to the document that has the information on the question asked. Exhibit A, at the top of the page, it reads United States Department of Interior. Then in the middle part of the page, there's reference to Section I, rate, start date, and the end date. The first line is regarding FY21 IDC rate, and it indicates a 16.47%. Then for FY22, it's 15.46. And if you go to the page that has supplemental one at the top, there's a calculation there that supports why there's a change in rate by 1% going from FY21 to FY22. And supplemental one, about middle part of the page, there's a summary. There's a line that reads accepted FY21 indirect cost of $50,000 and a carryover amount of $638,000. The total indirect cost pool $50.9 million, excuse me, $50,900,000. Then the accepted indirect cost base is $309 million. So the calculation on that is 16.47. And then the next page, supplemental 2, has a calculation on the FY22 rate. The indirect cost pool in this case is $52 million. For FY21, it was $50 million. The indirect cost base is $340 million, and for FY20, it was $309 million. So because of the change in the IDC pool amount and the direct cost base it's called, then the result on calculation of the IDC rate is 15.46. So on one hand, the IDC pool increased from 21 to 22, and then direct cost base also increased from 21 to 22. As a result, the IDC rate is 1% less. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Hagushi, thank you for that wonderful explanation on that, Shinanda. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henio.
Kashina Hela, Shinanda, Vice Chair Smith, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman, this is Doug Goodell here again.
Shinanda, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, to Vice Chairman Honorable Raymond Smith or Mr. Shorty. Okay, my understanding, this will be 1% less, which also means we can collect less money in the direct cost rate too. about this thing. So, bajo en Tanzania, about no stirole. The sky average in the basically collecting indirect costs. Once about stirole sales to the chairman, to vice chairman, to Cordell short. So, yeah.
Appreciate again, for those comments. With that, any further questions, comments, committee members? Today I'll call for the question to accept this resolution. Okay, with that, let's move forward to roll call vote. Mona, if you'll lead us on a roll call vote.
Charter Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0234-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Sada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Should I vote green?
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, you have 5 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Akashin, thank you for that roll call vote. We do have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Mr. Cordell Shorty for the presentation. Moving forward to the next item on our agenda, which is legislation 208-21. I believe Chairman Rick Nez is still on the line with us. Chairman Nez, are you there?
Yes, Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Rick Nez on the call. Thank you.
Kashina, with this, Peggy, if you read legislation 208-21 into the record for us.
Okay, thank you. This legislation is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Budget and Finance Committee, then Nabigia Committee, then Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Wilson Stewart Jr. and Rick Nez. Tracking number 0208-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Navigatia Committees and the Navajo Nation Council approving a limited waiver of sovereign immunity of the Navajo Nation to authorize the Navajo Nation to register and sell offset credits for carbon sequestration under the California Cap and Trade Program administered by the California Air Resources Board, and to provide the courts of the state of California subject matter and equitable jurisdiction over the Navajo Nation for the sole purpose of enforcing the Navajo Nation's obligations with respect to its participation in the California Cap and Trade Program, approving the carbon development and marketing agreement, and authorizing the Navajo Nation president to sign the same. This has all the exhibits that are referenced in the legislation. There is a no comments from the Internet Public Review. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment, and the vote tally sheet is also attached, Chair.
Agustin, thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept the resolution 208-21? Vice Chair Smith will motion.
Yellowhair.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With this, so we do have a motion second. So Chairman is, you have the floor to introduce the legislation to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henio, honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yeah, it's an I don't know what you will kiss go call. That's not so. the Sadbeta Hadit I Bay Not and O Shihiki Pro Legislation 0208-21. The Kurosha Beta Hadit Ahiki, this legislation here. I have two agents with me on the call as well. Mr. Alexius Vicente from Navajo Nation Forestry and the Vice President of Blue Source, Mr. Josh Strauss. So what this legislation entails is that we have been meeting for quite some times on this new way of generating revenue through the forest carbon credit sequestration. Now, California has any industries or ligahegi, the unistan han sagoshi, the onishigi, but adult, the dohishin dance has gihostan, but nail. I don't hit east on hit children, hit kayapakishi, Nikides, Jatabides, Jahagi, or the sequestration is hit a desco. So the Navajo Nation, through the California CAP and the trade program, will have the Navajo Nation authorized to be a part of this and register to sell offset credits. And this agreement was selected also by a few companies that do the type of work that was selected, and out of the few that came before was Blue Source that was selected, and you'll see the legislation with Blue Source written on there. Our forest has always been inventoried by the Navajo Nation Forestry Department under Mr. Vicente. So, and I believe Honorable Vice Chair Smith as well as Honorable Henyo had sat in on a leadership meeting work session in Albuquerque to receive this information at that time. So, back to you, Mr. Chairman, and then I'll have my agents available for questioning. Thank you.
Gushina Kailan for that information. Chairman, with this, back to Budget and Finance Committee members. Any questions, comments for Chairman?
Is there a motion, Chairman?
Oh, establish a motion. Vice Chair Smith motion, second by Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. So this, Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions, comments for Chairman Ness? Here, this is Vice Chair Smith. Yes, Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shinanda. I'm Finigado, the Chehida, Sanawit, Konhitas, Sozi, Zayde, California, the Benyegi, Yaha, Sadbi Shijagi. I'm looking at Article 7 in the Navajo Nation's Warranties, Representation, and Covenants. Under Section 7.7, Bakagi, is more or less, is that dictating to us that we should not conduct any activities that will result in material reduction of ARBOCs? I think that's a good question based off of that. Is that negotiable? Because we're trying to continue to have our area free from pollutants, but we can't prevent that due to the way the atmosphere moves the and we end up like during the time the testing of the nuclear air of developing bombs at the time, the downwinders that's all, yeah. So if that's the case, does that mean we're subject? How long is this going to be? I guess that's the other question too. Once this goes through, is it Hanzat? Is it going to be permanent, or is it going to be non Dahnadol Sosto, Lada Steto, Ebenach. And I think the thing too is, what are the benefits of this? And we heard California, and we heard probably Nevada. So, is it just California, or is it Nevada? And we are adjacent to California. We're adjacent to Nevada. Is it just California that we're going to be collecting? And who is Blue Source? That could be beneficial to the folks that are listening, and then could provide this information to our chapters. Even that, is it going to be based off of the amount of pollutants? How are we going to measure that? How are we going to ensure that? I mean, right now our forest is being monitored by our foresters and our director of Division of Natural Resources and Mr. Vicente, who I've worked with many years and appreciate his service in protecting our forest. But how do we calculate that? Is it every year we calculate that, or is it every 6 months, or is it every 2 years, and then we send the invoice to this Blue Source, send the invoice to California? How does that work? Do we have to have an international agreement? Not international, but interstate agreement? Those are the questions I have. Don't take this wrong. I'm not trying to knock this legislation aside and tear it apart. I just wanted to be well informed on this. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, for those questions. Chairman Nez?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, for the time, and also your questions are very important to be answered, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. And that's why I have two agents with me today, Mr. Vicente, as well as Mr. Strauss he's the Vice President of Blue Source. I'll have them introduce themselves and I'll have them respond, but I'll have Mr. Vicente go first and then Mr. Strauss. And thank you for your question, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Chairman Henyo, if you'll allow my agents to respond, sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Vicente?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, also Chairman Nez, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Alexis Vicente. I'm the Department Manager for the Navajo Forestry Department, and we've been working on this process for a number of years, as Chairman Nez indicated, and have gone through a very competitive, highly competitive process of selection of the consultant that we'll hear from here shortly, Blue Source, under the leadership of Josh Strauss. In regards to the questions of benefits in section 7.4, who is Blue Source, I would like to turn the time over to Josh to respond to more specifically to those questions and that have been raised by Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you all for giving me the time to join you in your meeting today and to speak on behalf of Blue Source and on behalf of this legislation. So my name is Josh Strauss. I'm the Vice President of Blue Source. I've worked with this organization for a decade now. My background is in forestry and environmental economics. And over my 10 years with the organization, I have worked in all aspects of forest carbon development. And at this point, I oversee our entire forest management team. The team itself now consists of 17 professional foresters, all with at least a master's in forestry, and 4 of which have PhDs. Dating back now over 3 years, we've been working with Alex and his team throughout the RFP process and after winning the RFP, now working through the contract and just ironing out all the different pieces of this agreement to ultimately generate revenue for the nation through carbon sequestration in its forest. It's important for everyone to understand that in no way does this imply that the forest will not continue to be utilized for forest resources such as timber, et cetera. It simply means that by quantifying the amount of carbon that is being captured in the forest over time, we can then take credit for that and sell it to participants in the California cap and trade system who have an interest in purchasing emissions reductions. In terms of section 7.7 that was mentioned in this concept of material reduction of RBOCs, RBOCs are a specific term. It's Air Resource Board offset credits. Those are the units of carbon dioxide equivalent that the forest absorbs. And all that section says is that material reduction, which is a defined term, is that the forest department, Alex and his team, are going to submit to Blue Source on an annual basis what their expected harvest levels are. And this says that you won't go more than 10% above your expected harvest level without having a mutual agreement between the parties. So this is the nation dictating to Blue Source what they plan to harvest. We build that into our expectations. And then this just says that once that is built in, that you won't exceed those harvest levels by more than 10% without working through that with us, because this is all about planning for the total amount of credits that will be generated. So it strictly has to do with the volume of harvest, and I'll just reiterate that that number is dictated by the nation to Blue Source. It's just once it's dictated, we want to stick to that schedule. So I guess there were several questions, so I was trying to write them all down. The next one, I guess, after material reduction was who is Blue Source? And Blue Source is North America's largest and longest running offset development company. We currently manage 76 forest carbon projects in the US. Of those 76 occupy approximately 3 million acres. This project would be an absolute flagship project for us and will receive more energy than I would say pretty much any other project in the portfolio. We have explicit team members that would be dedicated to solely working with this project and working closely with Alex and his staff, because it really is about a partnership where Blue Source helps to bring these credits forward and ultimately sell the credits on the California marketplace. There was a question that said, well, how is the carbon quantified? It's a very detailed process. We will be working with Alex and his team to install an elaborate network of forest carbon measurement plots on the forest that are going to measure just exactly how much carbon is represented in those trees. And then once that's quantified, there will be a verifier, so a verification body that will come out, escorted by my team and Alex's team, to the various plots to measure, to confirm that our measurements are accurate. And then once they do that, they're going to review all the documentation that my team's going to put together about the project so that they can ultimately give it their blessing, and we can move forward with what they call the credit issuance. And then following that point, the credit sale. When you talk about what the nation ultimately is in position to gain, it's quite significant. Over the next 10 years, we anticipate that we should be able to generate up to and potentially over $200 million from carbon sales. Now, that's the total amount we're going to be able to generate is going to depend upon how that detailed inventory shakes out. But our given current market pricing, we think that that's a readily achievable number. So not an insignificant amount of revenue. The agreement that is between Blue Source and the nation is a 10-year agreement. I know that there was a question saying how long does that Blue Source agreement last? It's 10 years. And I'll just say that we're absolutely open to continuing the relationship beyond 10 years. It's just this 10 years was in conformance with the nation's request for initial commitment. I think that covers most of the questions, but I'd be happy to pause and just turn it back over to the committee to see if there's anything further or if they'd like any more detail.
Mr. Strauss, there was a question also by Mr. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. He did ask the question, what about Nevada? Are they participating in this, sir?
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So the state of Nevada is not actively participating in this carbon marketplace. It's only emitters, meaning major industries in California. However, the demand from California alone is sufficient to be able to easily sell all the credits that are going to be generated by the project.
Mr. Vicente, also Honorable Vice Chair Smith asked a question on how will these information be provided to the local chapters, Mr. Vicente?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, and Chairman Nez. As far as presentations to the local chapters, we can develop a presentation based off all this information and provide that to the local chapters. At this time, we are looking more direct at getting the CDMA approved, but again, our option is open and we would be available to develop a presentation that can be provided to the chapters.
Thank you, Mr. Vicente. Honorable Chairman Henyo, I believe my agents and myself pretty much answered Honorable Vice Chair Smith's question, sir. Back to you.
Appreciate it, Chairman Nez, for your response. Back to the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, yeah, follow up, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and thank you again, committee members of the Budget and Finance and those that are listening in on this legislation 0208-21 in respect to the CAP trade program and carbon development and marketing agreement that's going to be with the Navajo Nation, and it's sponsored by our chairman of the RDC, Ricky Nez. Thank you for sponsoring this. My question goes to the fact that is this just a commercial force? If we're talking about commercial force, I think we have over 500,000 acres of commercial forest. If that is so, then we have a lot of woodlands too. Is that going to be considered in that? We have woodlands all over the Navajo Nation that do have, I guess you could say, forage out there, and are they included in this, or is it just a commercial force that's on the Navajo Nation? And also the carbon that we're utilizing, the trees and stuff like that. How does that affect the terrain? Because we've got a lot of dirt roads, and being an ex-ranger of the Navajo Nation, I recall dirt roads up in the forest areas and the woodlands and the canyons and you name it. There's so many trails and so many roads up there. Is that going to, when you're out there driving around, of course you can disturb the soil, and it's going to stir up the elements, and then would that be a plus to get more carbon if folks were out there? I mean, hunting season going on, wood hauling is going on, and other things that's happening out there in the forest areas and the woodlands. There's always traffic up there. So, and folks checking on their livestock or their ranch areas, or that's always potential of that adding to it. Is that, are you just capturing the carbon on whatever I'm with the lack of terminology, I guess what you're trying to do is you're trying to utilize the trees to give an indication how much is being released and how much is being impacted over here on the Navajo Nation. So that's my question, Chair Henry. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Back to you, Chairman Is.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Henyo, as well as your questions, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Let me go back to my agents, Mr. Chairman, and have them respond to these important questions raised by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Vicente, and then after that will be Mr. Strauss.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, as well as Vice Chairman Smith. Thank you for your questions. I'll respond to the first one and turn the second question over to Mr. Strauss. As far as the question in regards to the commercial forest, yes, this is an agreement that will only focus on the commercial forest at this time. We've had some brief discussions on the woodland component, but have not taken our discussions really any further than just talking about it. Therefore, at this point in time, the agreement will cover just the Defiance Plateau and the Chusca Mountains of the commercial forest, as mentioned, roughly 600,000 acres. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Vice Chair, Josh, if you could pick up that second question.
Thank you, Alex. And thank you for your question, Vice Chair Smith. I appreciate the thoughtful questions that you've been bringing to us here. As far as the roads are concerned, the rather extensive road network that is on the force right now will be utilized for the process of, as we insert the inventory plots, and will be utilized during the verification process. There isn't any meaningful amount of carbon that is going to be disturbed through the traveling on those roads. So there's nothing that needs to be quantified in that regard. But additionally, I think you had also asked a kind of a connected question saying, other than the trees, are there other components that are being quantified in terms of total carbon that is going to be able to be measured and sold? And it really is isolated to the trees. However, it's not just the above ground portions of the trees, it also includes the carbon represented in the trees' roots. Additionally, and it's not just live trees, but also standing dead trees are included in the calculations. So I think I will leave it at that, but happy to add more detail if desired. Thank you.
Mr. Strauss, could you also expound on how the carbon will affect the terrain, the trails, the soils, and other elements? Is this a plus? Is what the question was raised by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Thank you.
Understood. Yes. And I would say that in terms of by participating in the carbon program, what it is doing is ensuring that you're going to be maintaining significant stocking across the forest, which is going to be great for habitat, water quality, air quality, erosion control, all of the above. In terms of the benefit, I think that it's going to be realized on a local level, meaning that you're going to have those improved air quality, water quality, et cetera. But it also is going to be appreciated on a more global level in terms of the amount of carbon that is going to be kept out of the atmosphere, thereby reducing some of the worst effects of climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Honorable Chairman Henio, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, for that response. Back to the Budget Finance Committee, Vice Chair Smith, follow up. Budget Finance Committee members. Follow-up question. I heard that this is just a commercial force called audit carbon credits. Is there a provision in there saying the commercial chapters, commercial force chapters, bedate ajita yali in data ashmata other than office yalia in data and office when you have the chapters and Dunlinigi Ada Zistel, Shenanda, Chair Menez, thank you. Chair Henio.
Chair Menez, follow-up slot.
Thank you. Yeah. Your question as to having this carbon credit sequestration generate revenue for the Navajo Nation, is there a provision for chapters? I believe this legislation today, I was trying to look for it right now. It talks to the funding will go to the Navajo Nation General Fund. Local chapters go let me, Chairman Henio, if you will allow me to kind of expound on this and provide a rendition in Navajo for those who are listening. Chairman Henio.
Yeah, before.
Okay. Di koro sabetan harit ahe shahadaliagi yahati nikna kon kenahas sabakag on Navajo Nation. Dit is it as agin re chaskabdi ne aja hastadnas not din the mail to 600,000 acres big ato ajit is it as agi had commercial forest bdi nenigi nave here she hot sabri ne California then are the nation lenigi nan shiki khait caution but are gates that they had hadat cars that they go Hoshtego egg sitani ya lebeni na kon ne traho netot isto na sepete jahaki behit de go but aro base on hadi Navajo Nation nes nana khajin hat got at aro le blue source nenegi na nishpahne liado le dik edes on le inventory snido Navajo Nation forestry jail na nishpago Okonas nana khajin ben egonal kako na kida nes not in the mail sofiga hadats Navajo Nation beso yahanedo nestibit sado hajo aliago to hajo the inventory da aliago chno yan hashnegi coronat on ide kidasto khait ait and neshi ekot lasti Navajo Nation o sato honel beso shin khait ashin te nihnand aran lenigation base of a jade le koro de on mesta nas konana hot entity o hot ego ha attention do lesson de de koro the national honesta or nes I shows that the blue source of the hegi as banana she do least and get a quotidian hot do here Mr. Besenti, could you explain the area whether there is a provision for chapters?
Good afternoon, again, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chairman Nez. In regards to the revenue generation from this project, at this point in time, we are looking at all funds going over to the Navajo Nation's general fund. However, as previously mentioned, with that the revenue that is generated going into the general fund coffers, the chapters can then take a look at through their budgeting allocation, I guess, and from the standpoint of the yearly budgeting process, may be able to take a look at accepting some of these funds or receiving some of these funds. However, when we manage the forest as a whole, we manage it as just that, a whole. We don't segregate it or separate it by chapters or agencies. We report numbers in that fashion, but overall we manage the entire forest just as the forest itself. And as you all know, that the forest, the trees themselves are a trust resource. So with that process of them being a trust resource, it benefits all the people across the reservation rather than just chapters that have that particular resource within it. So again, in regards to chapters through the annual budgeting process may be able to receive funds through from this project. I believe I answered the question, Chair Ness.
Thank you, Mr. Presente. Honorable Chairman Henya, back to you, sir.
Kushina, thank you for that response, Chairman Nez. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Are we ready to vote? Vote. If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question. Accept legislation. It goes on to the Committee.
Delegate Yellow Hair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Oh, Shahaz, Rick Nez bring this legislation before Budget and Finance Committee. I understand the explanations of this legislation. I think the funds should be all pertain to all Navajos and even administration here when they're because of our revenue projections are kind of declining too. So therefore, it should be equalized use for all Navajo Nation government is to Peabody money was all for Navajos, include the chapters in the Kodoi. I support this legislation. Thank you to the chairman, though, to Rick Nance, out on the card and the judge on the agent. Thank you, all my being the committee members, my colleagues, all for green. Thank you to the chairman.
Here, I'll for your comments in the Delegate Yellow Hair. With that, any further questions, comments? Vote. Tenoya. Call for the question. Ramona, if you leave, roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman Henya, roll call vote. For legislation number 0208-21, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakkrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 208-21 receives a due pass. Therefore, it'll be going on to the next committee, which is the Navajo Committee and then on to Council. Okay, now Chairman Nez and all your agents.
Thank you very much, Chairman Henya. Thank you very much, and committee members. Okay, thank you.
Kashida Biga, Shinanta. Kudoya, Shinanta. Delegate Charlene, so are you still on the line with us?
Oh, Shiaz, I'm on the call.
Kashina Biga. Peggy, legislation 0212-21, if you would read that into the record for us, please.
Okay, legislation number 0212-21 is a proposed standing committee resolution, Resources and Development Committee, and Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Charlene So, sponsor tracking number 0212-21, an action relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the special review of Red Mesa chapter from the Office of the Auditor General, approving the proposed corrective action plan of the Red Mesa chapter. The legislations mentions exhibits and they are attached. And then The Internet Public Review didn't have any comments. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment.
Okay, thank you for that. Reading, is there a motion? Budget and Finance Committee members. Vice Chair Smith. Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. Second by
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith. Okay, with that, yeah, motion second. With this, Delegate Charlene, so you'll have the floor to introduce legislation. Then after that, I'll defer to the Office of the Auditor General for their presentation, and then I'll defer back to you, Delegate Charlene, so for having your chapter officials come before the committee. So you have the floor.
Legislation done so the said on the 2019 yet audit review alia we were presented with some of the deficiencies with Red Mesa chapter. A question a to go by some of the reviews that were found of course there are 5 findings: travel expenses lack proper approval in supporting documentation, chapter property is not routinely inventoried and lack identification tags, 390,000 of fixed assets reported in the balance sheet cannot be supported with documentation. Finding 4, the chapter did not properly verify eligibility of housing assistance recipient. And finding 5, the chapter cannot fully account for building materials awarded to a housing recipient. There were about 5 of 17 where the travel requests were not authorized. Auto travel reports that were incomplete without any travel reimbursement documents were incomplete. Of course, I know that some does have to do with the housing, but we've had a change of representation with our chapter coordinator, the administrative assistants, there were some hiccups along the way, but it is assured that given the year to Red Mesa with this approval of legislation, they have a year to fix these deficiencies. And I can tell you for one that my chapter officials are very devoted. And since I've came on as council delegate, the and with the chapter officials' help, and they're the ones who move everything to at the chapter. Of course, we dealt with a pandemic too. So a lot of this, we just didn't have the correct input at times. And right now, to this date, we are without a chapter coordinator. And moving forward, I have my chapters, the president, the vice president, secretary step in to take care of some of the chapter needs as we're waiting for a qualified applicant to fill the positions. And I appreciate their dedicated time to step up to that. And while we are kind of getting this transition phase, and with everything that has happened, of course, we did everything we could. I hate to blame things on COVID, but in reality, it's true to some facts that we had rushed a lot of processes. and a year for some of these documents to be turned in, to be authorized. And the year 2020 issue for the nation there, and I think to some degree, you know, we haven't lost ourselves, but going back, moving forward, I think that's what we just need to focus on and how we're going to fix this. I know that a year is a good amount of time for my chapter officials and for them to fix these deficiencies. And they do have a year according by legislation, by law, adult nitiki. She not so from Dan de Higgy thousand yet the gosh not can't not live on limiting the decision Red Mesa chapter depth. A co budget and finance committee legislation not that those sessions so adult she chapter president adult Ms. Helen Brown from the Auditor General
for your introduction. Before I go to Red Mesa chapter leadership, I'll defer to Office of the Auditor General for their report. Ms. Helen Brown, staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Kimberly Jake, Auditor with the Office of the Auditor General. And I also have with me Karen Briscoe, Principal Auditor. We completed a special review of the Red Mesa chapter in 2019. We looked at a 12-month period ending June 2019. Our review revealed control deficiencies, and we are reporting 5 audit findings. Refer to page 1. Finding 1, travel expenses lack proper approval and supporting documentation. 32 travel authorizations totaling $12,782 were examined. However, supporting documents for 15 travel authorizations totaling $6,673 were not found on file. The remaining 17 travel authorizations had the following exceptions. 5 travel requests were not authorized prior to travelers going on travel. 11 travel expense reports were incomplete. 13 travel reimbursement documents were incomplete and unapproved. Finding 2, page 2, chapter property is not routinely inventoried and lack identification tags. The chapter administration does not perform annual physical counts and inspections to update its property inventory. Rather, the practice is to only add new purchases to the existing inventory. Since there is no physical verification of the property, pertinent information such as property numbers, acquisition cost, acquisition date, and condition about existing property is not updated. Therefore, the property inventory is unreliable. A sample of 9 property items were physically inspected and all did not have property identification tags. Finding 3, page 3, $390,000 of fixed assets reported in the balance sheet cannot be supported with documentation. This poses a risk for unreliable balance sheet. Finding 4, page 4, the chapter did not properly verify eligibility of housing assistance recipient. The chapter awarded one housing recipient in the amount of $1,619. The housing recipient did not have sufficient proof of documentation to support eligibility. Required documents were missing and could not be provided for review. Finding 5, page 5, the chapter cannot fully account for building materials awarded to a housing assistant or housing recipient. The one housing assistant recipient for the audit period was assisted with building materials totaling $1,619. The chapter temporary employees delivered the building materials directly to the homeowner on July 8, 2019. According to the Community Services Coordinator, the project stopped when the chapter exhausted its labor force budget. On August 22, 2019, a site visit by the auditors confirmed an incomplete project with various materials left unsecured at the residence. A physical count revealed various materials still on site. The materials were left uncovered and exposed to the weather. Despite the requirement for inspections during various project phases, no inspection reports were provided for this project by the chapter staff. Therefore, the project continued without assurance proper work was performed and materials were used as intended. The current project status is unknown and it is unclear whether the remaining materials are sufficient to complete the project. The chapter developed a corrective action plan addressing the findings. Our office accepted the corrective action plan and the community approved the corrective action plan in March 2021. Our office is requesting the committee to approve the audit report and corrective action plan for the Red Mesa chapter. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that report. Though with this, I'll defer back to Shanada, Delegate Charlene. So, to the Red Mesa chapter leadership president, Farley, Vice President and Secretary Treasurer. So with that, Shanada, you have the floor to have your chapter leadership address the Budget and Finance Committee.
President Herman Farley, Vice President Secretary, go ahead.
Star 6 if you're muted.
Hello, this is Delegate Begay.
So Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Oh, I'm just calling back in.
Okay, we're still on the presentation from Red Mesa chapter, waiting on President Herman Farley. Are you there, Shanada? President Herman Farley, are you there?
Vice President.
Kushina, let's go to Vice President, Red Mesa chapter Vice President.
Can you all hear me?
Oh, I'll do question.
Okay. President Henyo Ado Anot Budget and Finance Committee no Shinigi Sheha Kwan Hadash Agi Ado Shido Shahos Agi Kwe Marilyn Holly and Shiedo Red Mesa chapter Vice President Dida Kwe Nkitahni Anigi Estasho Tapahan Shido Kilachin Bashichin last chi the Shinaliki Anish Che but I Sanishle Kwaya Nikitahni Anigi Dida Red Mesa chapter a cap ADG Nha 1 year to when the Nha approved that she's been that deals Nisto to Ahit how the engine go Hashtado Nis Noya Nave administration office Gunna we don't have a CSC nor do we have an AMS out in the خيط دا بن دا ديل نشوش دا ديل نيسا دي نو يه شدو president هوت اكو ستسلهر من فارلي هو نشي أسها ناسي تخنا هاللنده. I know we can do it, and that's what we also told RDC. I know we can do it, we can fix it. أكو نخبي لا تدوسه تو ناسو نشين هالسو شين our past administration شين دو جودا إلا دانته. But with the help of our agency, LGSC, AED, Gishibe, Benant Lenny, Liz, Washburn, Ashin, Hikan, Jilwashin, Atadi, Nisadi, no, yeah, Abin, yeah, Naha, Lada Doshe, no, and then he. Ntani he can she no senigi asha no zenabo members no senigi to aro, and those of you that are listening she no senigi ko I don't know if Herman got online, but
Kashina Kela, Shinata Doni Chahin Sigi. I'll go with this Shinata President Herman Farley. President Herman Farley.
Shiaj, I just did get a message that President Herman is having difficulty calling in. There's several pictures of
Kashina, Chapter Secretary Treasurer Shaw.
do it on this one. Put those in your ears.
Oh, yeah.
Chapter Kashina, Shinata, for the record.
Chair Henio, Budget and Finance Committee. All you honorable delegates on the Budget and Finance Committee. That is Herman Farley. I'm the chapter president for Red Mesa chapter. But ahnen shlido is a sanbashin ashin dashanaldo or zetkachin dashachi. What are they at the national okobe like can he didn't do this? Asano dago ashnant anaslini honorable delegates. The sponsor of this legislation though, our honorable delegates. So yat ito nan. I'd just like to also thank the Auditor General's office. The staff that did an audit on these 5 minor findings, the corrective action plan that's being developed to be implemented. Ako Asian Benyech Enadil Nato Nanikinan Shananil Nato le Ako Yat Asia Nan Ako Benasha Aya Kashin. So we went over and went through this corrective action plan very thoroughly with the Auditor General staff. I don't know with the ASC as well. We initiated the process in doing the corrective action plan and working closely with our ASC staff, Elizabeth Washburn from Outer Shiprock Agency Office. Earlier, as mentioned, that our community service coordinator retired from her position, and then we don't have the administrative accounting maintenance specialist AMS at all. But nonetheless, that's not going to hinder our process. We're going to continue with this initiative of doing the corrective action plan. We're with this working close relationship with our ASC, where we set our goals to finish out on this implementation process by within 6 months, even though 1 year we're pretty much excited about it. to get LGA certification afterwards. So that's our main goal. And knowing that there's a lot of opportunity and advantages to it. But we need to have our grounds well established, and then our honorable delegate Nashenigi within the budget and finance. We seek for your favorable, considerable approval of this CAP corrective action plan implementation. In Kabela so Shawan John Dolly. So day over Nankis Candole, Doba Panankisi Candole. Don he did not quite Kewi in it all, not yet they're looking forward to that as well too. So when the day Chair Hinio and Budget and Finance Committee. Although our Secretary Treasurer couldn't able to get online because she has her other full-time duties and responsibility with the workforce program, so she's not able to get online with us. I reserve my time for any questions. Thank you very much.
President Farley. Though with that, we do have the Budget Finance Committee that will be asking questions. So, Delegate Charlene Sil, does that complete your presentation to the committee?
You did hear from my officials. They set the goals and they're very persistent. I can tell you for one, I'm very confident that they're going to make this corrective action plan successful. Budget and Finance Committee.
Katrina, with this, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions, comments? For this legislation.
This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Oh, hey, Chair Henry, though, Nandada Masligi, Ado, Hoda, Sanawit, I got this Sozi, Honorable Charlene Soshma. Thank you for introducing this, Ado, introducing your chapter officials up there. I actually, Nanish, Daz, Nanish, Kinjala. Did corrective action plan. My question goes to the Auditor General. Did I see a corrective action plan? Ako did did how she banadit into ako ish. Audit not only after this correction action plan, is that going to be the process, Auditor General, on behalf of this? I know this is a corrective action plan. Without being though, understand without stay now though, without a be ahazan, auto becado, haine, adish nana, sanahit aish nana dole. A switched elia, called deeded, the naniki, yeah. Do it Ada for Red Mesa chapter on the process again. The head option and in a decade.
Good afternoon, committee members. This is Karen Briscoe with the Office of the Auditor General. After the corrective action plan is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee, the chapter will get 12 months to implement the corrective action plan and to resolve the audit findings. Then our office, after 12 months, will schedule a follow-up review to determine whether the chapter has fully implemented their corrective action plan. So right now, that is the next step after the Budget and Finance approves it.
Thank you for that answer. Chair Henio, are you still on board with us?
Okay, I'm unmuted here now. Thank you. For some reason, I keep getting muted here. Thank you, Ms. Briscoe, for that response to Vice Chair's question. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept this resolution for the corrective action plan. Legislation.
This is Delegate Yell here, Select Chairman.
Delegate Yell here, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much, stage for bring this legislation. Honorable Charlene, so their request for 1 year to bring this to clear up the findings of audit. 1 year is too long. I think the chapter gave them 6 months, but this should be also 6 months, so we are consistent. Being that committee. I think it's going to take too long to take care of this findings. So it should be 6 months. So all 3 chapters of the problem with audits, there should be 6 months to be consistent. Indication on that, Chairman, Vice Chairman.
Delegate Yell here. This legislation is different from the other 2, from Hard Rock and Tojule. They're asking for sanctions. ADG. This one is just accepting a corrective action plan, and the statement fulfill the action plan within 1 year. Then it goes to recommendation for sanction, and that's what we've been doing. Is after the other 2 legislations were for sanctions, they just to accept the corrective action plan. Yeah, hopefully you understand now.
I understand, Chairman. This is no difference. There's no difference at all. Chairman.
You have the option of doing an amendment. If you have an amendment ready right now, we can hear it. You have to amend the legislation. You have an amendment ready, Delegate Jimmy O'Hare.
Because to the Chairman, I'll let it go and let go the way it is. Chairman.
Magashina, any further questions or comments? Budget and Finance Committee members. Then I'll call for the question on legislation 212-21. If there are no further questions, Ramona, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on legislation number 0212-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yell here, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Brock-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Brock-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable.
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green, and Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Brock-Crotty, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Christina Kellogg for that roll call vote. We do have a vote, a do pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With this, I can delegate Charlene So for bringing this legislation before the Budget and Finance Committee and leadership at Red Mesa chapter.
Oh, jag had Nashias had up
Christina, moving forward on our agenda, legislation 0226-21, sponsored by Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. Are you on the line, Wilson Stewart Jr.?
Oh, Shana, I'm here.
Christina Vega. Other for the record, I believe Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. is on the line also. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. Okay, with that, moving forward, Peggy, if you would read the legislation into the record for us, please.
The legislation number 0226-21 is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution. Resources and Development Committee was assigned, then Budget and Finance, then the Bikiatia, then Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Wilson Stewart Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0226-21, an action relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance. The Bikiatia Committees and Navajo Nation Council allocating $500,000 in citizen funds to Capital Projects Management Department, CPMD, for the planning and construction of the CPMD renovation phase 2. This legislation has a committee report that was sent out today by the legislation section. It's a committee report, has a do pass with one amendment. Amendment 1 on page 1 at line 15, make the following change in title and construction of the overstricken is CPMD renovation phase 2 sawmill chapter renovation project phase 2. And so there's a vote tally sheet that goes along with this committee report, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And with that, is there a motion to accept this resolution by the committee?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay for legislation 226-21. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion and a second. With this, it's Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. You have the floor to introduce your legislation to the committee.
Chairman Hinio, Vice Chair Smith, Mr. Brown, Ms. Crotty, Mr. Yellowhair, and then Mr. Begay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, advisor, recorded on this afternoon for the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. The resolution or legislation sawmill hit that $500,000 for phase 2 of the project. Of course, Honorable Delegate Woody Bennett, agent, is just Vice President, and then Mr. Lewis Shirley, This chapter, Samuel chapter, quiz kanda yandat in that the chapter, the facility itself. I'd say that no osa na dot listo acreage and linigi da bahati so to general howan that is is la handa the place or list that jimmy that other whole show through the pandemic and that young Sanada's kids, community members and linigi and then Sada no tota o kurigi howanigi karigi be nasi tani do be Sunday legi as get dance on that do be to in hat these the quidishi resolutions do legislations that without do not only than linigita den hadas kaido be yet do hadas z do citizen that this da no ya da hada ad o kin linigi o ya na hurry renovate ha do links da no ya la da sli do resolution hada ya aro a pass another igla on that CPMD under the Division of Community Development that get a days in a other project and phase 1 score a quante based about not a a phase 2 linigi a based on he that your kid from the CSN funding quite a shina do store budget and finance committee members and linigi a kwadogi a yadi kwagi a president Nihinat on the Mr. Woody Bennett don the vice president Louis Shirley so she batanesh also let auto up the project manager Linigi Mr. Murphy landakle do the queen ne la bahado le to quite bahat dendole Abina the phase 2 Linigi a quite based on head yo kilo ko up she if you wish Shania chairman and committee members to have them elaborate on those projects. On this project, they can do that. The legislation in the had the submit the last week approve the from Resource Development Committee. I don't get a hita nana shias or quite a bishka list on hidden I'll consortium now, and then again I'll leave it up to you and the committee if you wish to hear from the president and the vice president.
Christina Cecilia Wilson Stewart Jr. With this, I'll defer to the committee if they have questions for the leadership, then we'll have them come on. So with this, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions, comments? I'm not hearing any. Therefore, I'll call for the question. I'll repeat the gate. You have the floor.
Chad, Chair Henny, I don't the members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I don't Chair Wedo, Delegate Stewart. I had I read the chapter for some yet recommendations. I don't know. My question is that because here they say that there's plans and different plans to go down. The one that we're requesting for just funding, for renovation of the existing building. Do you know that I don't know what the renovation entails. Ocean also English beyond they can be a part of it. Not now. I think it can be the electrical part of it, or it's gonna be floor plans. It's gonna be different, or it's gonna be an addition of that action. So if it's like that, we would say that we estimate the. So like the reason why is that it's very important is that there's always estimated, then there's always short form the hadle alcohol. If we do, if in a licensed contractor does it, they know what the price is and what's going to be entailed and beyond that. And they check on it once they know that if the building is or that if it needs if it's like there was a mold or something like that, so they have to redo the whole thing. So yeah, now just on the estimates. It is one question. Thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. This back to Cecilia. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. and then maybe you can defer to your chapter leadership if they wish to answer.
Question Chairman Aloshia. Quite London Kirigi Aya Kodoshi Shannon the Niki additional Mr. Woody Bennett Quaggy Aya Nadinesh also less Quaggy Shajabe Bethulid as far as the funding goes. If you're still on the line, yet the Vice Chair surely.
President, Vice President, President, Mr. Woody Bennett, are you on the line? Or Vice Chair Shirley, are you on the line?
Shania?
So, go ahead.
Oh, okay, Shane. The project, Lineage A, it's already in phase 2, but they're going to phase 2. Phase 1, the roofing, again, auto be you and I get so in the kitchen area, auto office area. The Najago office edition of the Yilana. I down I get 8 none of any not AI need the nigga out mostly okay to get irrigate at the Latin the netjago auto and the what that season that you law for the offices okay to get the phase 2 then get a b yet when I get the kitchen auto and the partitions, the walls, get apen, yeah, auto, roofing, not roofing, the ceiling part, get apen, yeah, materials, and get the first phase, get it took in more, used more funding than what was expected. Auto get phase 2, but yeah, when that nana, the construction crew, yeah, they're working with Mr. Murphy from CPMD, Arjun, he project manager, he meets with the construction crew and the chapter officials and the Nigita once, twice a month, and they discuss the 500,000 the yoke from the chapter officials on Linigi how the to be Apache County office and it's just a little double white trailer. All the meetings that they have they have to do teleconference or Zoom how they get their quorum. They're really pushing to get their facility back so that they can conduct their meetings in there again. They don't want to slow down on the project. The legislation from them and they also the project manager. That's the best way I can answer you, Shaja.
Christina for that response. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments? Then I could call for the question to accept the resolution 226-21. There are no further questions. I'll call for the question. Ramona, if you would lead a roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote for legislation number 0226-21. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation 226-21 receives a due pass. Moving on to Navajo Committee. Vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr.
Oh, Shana, Chairman, Vice Chair Ash, other committee members, and
Krishna. Though moving forward on our agenda, requesting a work session with Intech, Navajo Transitional Energy Company, and the Budget and Finance Committee. With this, I need a motion and a second to begin the debate. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Going once? Is there a second? Going twice? Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Going twice?
Delegate Yellowhair, second. To the chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion and a second for this work session. I believe everybody received the email that was submitted and reading it regarding the Intech work session. So, but I'll give some time to Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Are you still on the line with us? Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes, Delegate Brown is here.
Christina, we're at the action item requesting for a work session. There is a motion and a second. And so all we need to do is now get some recommendations for some dates and times.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I did the recommendation from Intech is the week or after the Thanksgiving holiday. So it would be the 6th through the 10th, I think is those any day after that is fine. Let me double check with I know Budget and Finance is attending this other meeting, I believe, that week. Or Budget and Finance. Let me see. The ARPA meeting is December 8th through the 11th. And so I guess 8th through 11th. Maybe the 6th and 7th. And then the 13th through the 17th. Anytime on those dates will be fine.
December 7th is our next regular meeting for the Budget and Finance Committee. That's the next regular meeting. So more likely December 6th or the following week would be December 13th or 14th or 15th, 16th or 17th. So Delegate Nathaniel Brown, I'll let you suggested date, and then we can all discuss that.
So my recommendation would be either December 6th or the 13th.
Especially on Monday. With this, committee members, there are two proposed dates, December 6th or December 13th. So with that, any questions regarding the two proposed dates? Any questions? Budget Finance Committee member? December 6th or December 13th? They're both Mondays.
Can we go with December 6th?
December 6th, Fukushima. What time? What time should I 10 o'clock?
I would say earlier, maybe around 9 o'clock. In case
9
there's
o'clock.
other afternoon meetings, yes.
Fukushima. So there is a motion and second. Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Vigay, second by Delegate Jimmy L. Harris. Delegate Elmer P. Vigay, are you still on the line with us?
Delegate Vigay.
Recommendation, December 6th on Monday at 9 o'clock a.m. You're holding the main motion.
Abiga.
Delegate Jimmy L. Harris in the shop. December 6th, 9 o'clock a.m.
Biga.
Kushina Ado Shnanta Delegate Vice Chair Smith. Green. Kushina Ado Shnanta Delegate Amber Kinaswakari. December 6th, 9 a.m. Okay, with that, we do have a motion and second, and it's concurred by the motion party second for December 6th, 2021 at 9 o'clock a.m. for the work session. With this, I'll do a roll call vote. Ramona, if you lead the roll call vote.
Question, Chair Henry, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. On this NTech work session, I see been yet work session. I don't Hanzaja. So 9 a.m. Ha bon it so they quishio yosk sin aja that although the Nada Kidnana is Hardship. Is this going to be teleconference or is it NTech that's a Hardla Shinada? Hey Nada Kid, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, I'm looking for that email that was sent right here. It was sent on Monday, yesterday at 10:54 a.m. And this one is addressed to both of us as chair and vice chair. And there's a presentations on solar renewable projects on the Navajo Nation. And then it's a taxation challenge. I believe this is the same story that was in the Navajo Times. Was it, Shananta? Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
I'm not really sure. I haven't followed the newspaper, but it is the solar. It's really quirky. This one's the purpose of the meeting is Navajo Transitional Energy Company, Photosol, U.S. Navajo Power, and Uniper Energy have requested a work session to present and discuss the impact of taxes imposed on renewable solar projects
proposed on Navajo land. So then there's a couple points. It'll be a presentation from our Navajo Nation owned companies, also Intech, and from Josh Chase, from Clara Pratt with founder and partner Navajo Power. So those individuals will be doing the presentation. This would be, it could be both if others want to attend in person. Farmington, their office is available, and also it could be also available on Zoom call as well. So those are, and so those are the purpose on that. Yeah.
Kushina, thank you for that. Clarification, although email was just sent again just now from Peggy regarding the topics that will be discussed there. And so therefore, there needs to be, we do have a motion and second with the date, December 6, 2021 at 9 a.m. If it will be in person, and especially if it's in Farmington, then there needs to be an ORT request, requesting for travel, and requesting for a meeting. So those need to be included. If that's the case, this is the Budget Finance Committee. So it's up to the committee for us, how you wish to proceed. If you just want to be all virtual with a call-in number, or unless if you want to have options of in-person with the call-in. Mr. Smith. Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Go ahead.
I think options. If in person available, I would go for in person. Then I'll phone up with her and virtually. So because so that will be my request. Thank you.
Shenandoah, you have the main motion, the old main motion. If you wish to add that to your main motion, you can do so. Delegate Elmer Begay, do you want to add that to your main motion?
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Oh, I'll do that.
Kashina, with that, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here, Nishan. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Chairman, I confirm with the Elmer Begay.
With this, Peggy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We're not aware of what the INTEC protocol is for COVID-19. So I'd have to contact those people and see if it's possible to do an in-person presentation at their office. If they don't allow it, Gaucher, I'll see if I can find it, NECA or someplace else to meet, if that's where you want to go. But if we can't, then we'll have to just have a Zoom meeting, Dole. Because of the, I'm just saying that because of the rise in COVID cases.
Okay, so that option will be left open, Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, and we'll have our legislative advisor, Ms. Peggy Nakai, to work out the logistics. With this, we do have a motion and second for December 6th, 2021 at 9 a.m. and options would be in person with a virtual call-in option, and therefore they will have our staff to work out the logistics of the location, and if not at all end, we'll just do the virtual call-in. With that motion and second, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, Abigail.
Delegate Begay.
Additional Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. With this, Ramona, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept the motion second.
Sure, Chairman, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Dr. Delegate Claudia, vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in favor, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for that. We do have a vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the work session is now official for requesting the work session with Navajo Tech. With this, next item on our agenda is requesting for a special Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And this is related to legislation 238-21. So with this, I'll need a motion in a second.
I will motion, Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, second. So we do have a motion in a second. With this, we do have this legislation I'm requesting for a special meeting, Budget and Finance Committee, to hear this legislation. Vice Chair, if you would hand the gavel over to you so I can do a presentation.
You have the floor, Chair Henio. Meeting.
This legislation is an action related to Budget and Finance that can final authority recommendations by the Navajo Nation Investment Committee to approve the selection of C.S. McKee as a fixed income manager for the funds that were received by the United States government to the Navajo Nation, which is currently the FRF, Physical Recovery Funds. And we have a little over $2 billion that's currently sitting at Wells Fargo earning minimum daily interest. But if we approve this legislation, we could safely move that to C.S. McKee, and they will be able to invest it in a really low security type of money market type of account, low risk, low risk, and therefore be earning a whole lot more than what we're earning right now on a daily basis. So it will require a special Budget and Finance Committee meeting so we can move this to have them move the funds. So my request is, since Thursday is the day it goes live, the 19th, if we could have a meeting 10 o'clock on Friday, November 19th at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's my request to the Budget and Finance Committee. And those that are holding the main motion and the second, that's my request to modify your motion. Kena, Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio, on the date and time and the purpose of this special meeting, legislation 0238-21. We have motion and the second. Committee members, any questions on this?
Vice Chair, this is Peggy. I have a question.
Peggy, I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Cecilia, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I did invite Tom Platero. He's the manager of the FRF program. And earlier, it was recommended that we have a presentation, a report from that office to learn about all of the funding that is going to become available for the Navajo Nation and the funds that may be reimbursed, the citizen funds that may be reimbursed and stuff. And I think he needs to be included in scheduling. I don't know what his schedule looks like for November 19th at 10 o'clock, if he's available to do that. And I'm not sure if he's on the call yet.
Hagoshi, thank you for that information, Shada, on this request to have Mr. Tom Platero also attend our special meeting. Motioning parties. We have motion parties by Honorable Nathaniel Brown and second by Honorable Amber Crotty.
This is Delegate Brown. Can you please repeat that?
Hakushi, the purpose of this special meeting is to legislation 0238-21, which was sponsored it's being sponsored by Chair Henio, and he'd like to have the date of the meeting on the 19th at 10 a.m. The purpose for this special meeting is to look at the investments and investors to increase the dollars that are Nichigi. Although Peggy spoke on behalf of the Tom Platero being invited to the meeting so that he could provide some information as to the ARPA funds, which is kind of related to it's related to the ARPA funds. Shanada, thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair. I would, I know this Friday, the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee is meeting this Friday, and we were also working on a schedule to have the Denebazad Subcommittee meet on Friday. And I think listening to Shema, Peggy, I know that the others have not been notified yet. Is it possible to move the meeting to next Monday, the 22nd? Is there a possibility for that? Are there any other meetings on that day? Yeah.
Hakushi, I'll recognize your date of November 22nd. Shanandad, Lajtasandagi, Chair Henio, Zanda for a few of the members. They're on several subcommittees and Fridays booked for them. So 22nd, that's a phone. It's back to Chair Henio.
22nd is good for me since we're all meeting virtually from different places. So the 22nd at 10 o'clock or even earlier, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock is good to begin our meeting. It'd be just one new business legislation and then a report from Tom Platero, just 2 items on the agenda. Shanada, Vice Chair.
Hagoshi, I'll go ahead and recognize your amendment to the request. Motioning parties, Honorable Nathaniel Brown and Honorable Crotty. The date would be Monday, November 22nd at 10 a.m. regarding this legislation, and also a report from Tom Platero. Are you good with that on the amendment?
Delegate Brown, Shanada.
Hagoshi. Honorable Crowdy?
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, I appreciate that. Committee members, any other questions, concerns on this motion? I don't hear any, so Ramona, Shanella, could you do round the horn?
Sure, Vice Chairman. Roll call vote on the request of the special meeting. Honorable Jeremy Henio, how do you vote?
Honorable Green.
Thank you. Honorable Jeremy Henio votes green. Honorable Jeremy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati, how do you vote?
Senate Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bakati, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bakati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Sudo, I vote green, Dole.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have five members in favor, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Motion carries none for the roll call vote, and this has passed, and we will be meeting with the special meeting on November 22nd at 10 a.m. Teleconference wise, and we'll have Tom Platero on board. And we'll also be entertaining legislation number 0238-21 specifically for that call. At this point in time, I'll go ahead and turn the floor or give the gavel over to Chair Henio. You have the gavels. And
questions. Vice Chair Smith. So we have a number 8 close the session written announcement. We do have one written announcement, which is that RDC will have a leadership meeting on December 3rd, 2021 with the Office of the Auditor General and Division of Community Development regarding chapter sanctions, all via teleconference. So for FYI, Budget and Finance Committee. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Delegate Brown.
Motion to adjourn by Shinada. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second by Shinada. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this, any parting announcements before we call for the question? Next regular meeting is December 7th, 2021.
I've got a quick announcement.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yes, we had lost a World War II veteran, and there was a proclamation done by the Navajo Nation president regarding the half-mast. If you're wondering why the flags are at half-mast today, only for today, World War II veteran who has served in the U.S. Army and has returned back home after the war had ended, and came back and worked for the Navajo Nation for OEO, Office of Economic Opportunity, for 40 years, and has been a leader in the community of Lupton as the chapter president and a chapter secretary, and has helped a lot of folks out here in his leadership. And I'd just like to make that announcement. I know that it is imperative that we make these announcements in recognition to honor our veterans that have served and the veterans that are leaving this planet as we speak. And so at this point in time, I know at 5 p.m. when sun sets down, the flags will be retired, and we're not going to forget our honorable member, Stephen Ashley Sr. And he was a member of the Halk and Lupton community for many, many years, and he's left his family. Pauline Ashley, and they've been married for over 40, probably more than that. They've been together for many, many years, and they are a respectable family. So I'd just like to say that, Shananda, and thank you, thank you, Chair Henio.
Mr. Chair, this is Chair.
Vice Chair Smith for that recognition and remembrance. So I'll be delito here as we travel along through the rest of today. Thank you. That we do have a motion to adjourn. Motion second. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been on the line listening to your I just want to say that for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. And we did acknowledge you as being on the call earlier. So with that, motion to adjourn.
Chair Henio.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Peggy?
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. Just to let you know, I did forward you a copy. Well, actually, the Speaker's office sent you approved memos for the ARPA meetings in Scottsdale, Arizona. And then the other one is for the annual investment committee meeting, December 28th through the December 2nd. So you need to make your own arrangements on your lodging and for the trips, your ORT.
Okay, thank you for that information, Peggy. Shanta Delegate Jimmy over here.
To the chairman, thank you very much. Jason, noms niki participant. Since Mary Ilda Linda, Josh Pahos in the Banaudition. Orathan, Mary Ilda, that's my special announcement. A number of this. Korea, to the chairman.
Kushina, we do need to move on to adjournment, so roll call vote for adjournment.
I guess Chairman, roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Quaddy, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Quaddy, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Quaddy, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Kushina, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Hereby adjourned at 3:55 p.m. National Budget and Finance Committee, and I'd want to be safe out there wherever you go. And with that, thank you. Have a good evening.
The committee reports will be ready tomorrow, Chair Kineo. So I'll try to have them all done by noon.
Okay, I'll be in touch with you late in the morning tomorrow then. As soon as I'm done, and I'll come back this way.
Okay. I think some go to Thursday, so even if you came in Thursday morning, I think that'd be okay.
Kushina, thank you.
And then Shazia Elmer Begay hasn't signed his committee report yet, but I guess we've got 6 months to do it. Was the joke that you guys had going? So okay.
Marriage license too. Marriage license too.
Cushy. He's gonna have to show his marriage license or what? All righty. Well, good night. You guys all travel safely.